Chapter 28:14. The Nine cult was one of the great sects in the eastern region. The reason why it was a great sect was that there was a great ancestor overseeing it. The Nine elder was a sage king. A sect with a sage overseeing it could not be called a great sect, but it was different for a sect with a sage overseeing it. A sage king was not an ordinary person. There were many of them, and those who could cultivate to become a sage king were not simple. However, the iron-blood Taoist had mastered the Phoenix Tribulation, and he was also a sage king. He was extremely powerful, and with one punch he shook off the black moon that the Nine elder had conjured. In an instant he was in front of the Nine elder. Without any hesitation, the iron-blood Taoist threw a punch at the Nine elder. On his fist, a ball of divine fire appeared and emitted a blinding light. Rumble! The entire world shook under the iron-blood Taoist's fist. In the light of the fire, divine phoenix Tao patterns appeared indistinctly, activating the power of the great path. The divine phoenix fire was the nemesis of the power of Yin. 10,000 miles of ice. The Nine elder roared angrily, and a blue divine light spread from his body. Everything that was enveloped by this divine light was instantly frozen, and even the void was frozen. The entire world was instantly frozen, and all the disciples of the Nine cult were not spared. They were all frozen into ice sculptures by the power of Yin. The terrifying power of Yin spread out, and all the living creatures within a radius of 10,000 miles were frozen. It was unknown how many living creatures were instantly frozen to death. The people that the iron-blood Taoist brought with him had already retreated 10,000 miles away, and they just happened to escape the disaster. They were not affected by the mighty power of Yin. The Nine elder was decisive in killing. For his own survival, he did not care about the lives of others, even if they were his disciples or his descendants. To the Nine elder, as long as he was alive, he did not care about the lives of others. Good Lord! The iron-blood Taoist was extremely shocked. He only felt his body tighten, and a cold air attacked his body. The surging blood in his body actually felt like it was frozen. A layer of transparent ice appeared on his body, and he was actually frozen. The divine phoenix, true fire on his body, was actually suppressed by his opponent's power of Yin. Go to hell! Old man Join's face was ferocious as he punched the frozen iron-blood Taoist. He wanted to shatter the frozen iron-blood Taoist. However, just as the ninth old man's fist was about to hit the iron-blood Taoist, there was a boom sound. Ice shards flew, and the ice on the iron-blood Taoist's body instantly exploded. Bang! A ball of flame spread out in all directions. Then a fist that was wreathed in real fire collided with the old man of Nin's fist. A dull sound was heard. The two figures quickly separated and then charged at each other again. This was an evenly matched battle. Both of them were saint rulers, but the Nine elder became extremely worried. This was because the opponent had used the Phoenix's tribulation to seal off an entire region, cutting off his path of retreat. The only way to escape was to kill him. However, the Nine old man knew very well that it would not be easy to kill the other party, since the other party had the Phoenix tribulation. You should just accept your fate, the iron-blood Taoist said as he fought with the Nine old man. He was still at ease. Fellow iron-blood, don't go too far. You should know that even a cornered dog will jump over a wall, let alone a human. The Nine old man waved his hand to disperse a few fire blades that were slashing at him as he spoke. He was an old saint ruler and had extremely rich battle experience. Humph, you don't have to talk nonsense. If you knew that this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. The iron-blood Taoist said, Buzz. His hands danced, and a series of true fire divine swords appeared in the void. Then they pierced towards the old man of the Nine. The cold sword chi spread out, causing people to feel a chill throughout their bodies. It was as if a real divine sword was pressed against their throats. Seal for me." The 9 old man pressed his right hand forward, and the fire swords that were piercing towards him were immediately frozen by the power of that spread out from his hand. The divine phoenix, true fire, was being extinguished. "I'm done playing with you," the iron-blood Taoist suddenly said. "Oh no." The old man of the 9 was shocked when he heard this. At this time he heard an incomparably shocking, rumbling sound coming from above his head. He suddenly raised his head and saw that the endless true fire had condensed into a divine phoenix in the sky. This divine phoenix was descending from the sky. Rumble, the mighty power of the divine phoenix, surged from the body of the divine phoenix. Monstrous divine fire swept across the sky and enveloped the entire sky. It was extremely terrifying. "Break!" The 9 old man roared and desperately tried to tear the void to escape. Unfortunately, the power of the Phoenix Tribulation had sealed the void in this part of the world. He could not escape at all. "Save some energy," the iron-blood Taoist sneered. He activated the power of the Phoenix Tribulation. Endless fire descended from the sky and turned into a furnace, sealing the 9 old man within it. A divine phoenix floated above the furnace, exuding the mighty power of a true phoenix. At that moment, the iron-blood Taoist flew forward and landed on the back of the divine phoenix. He then sat down cross-legged and used his power to refine the 9 old man. That divine phoenix was formed by the Phoenix Tribulation. Roar! The 9 old man's roar came from within the furnace. "Iron-blood Taoist, please have mercy. I am willing to surrender." The 9 old man was shocked and angry at the same time. He was now in great danger. He was actually trapped in a furnace, and the power of the true phoenix divine fire was his nemesis. The power of the Tai in his body was constantly being refined by the furnace. He would end up in a miserable state. He would be refined to death by the iron-blood Taoist, and both his body and soul would be destroyed. "It's too late now." The iron-blood Taoist, who was sitting cross-legged on the Phoenix Tribulation, shook his head and said, he was very clear that the 9 cult was very close to the Dongfang family. The 9 cult had already surrendered to the Dongfang family. However, at this time, no one from the Dongfang family came to save the 9 old man. This result made the 9 cult disappointed. The 9 old man begged bitterly, but the iron-blood Taoist was unmoved. He continued to activate the Phoenix Tribulation with all his strength. The terrifying power of the true Phoenix constantly surged out from the Phoenix Tribulation. Very quickly, the 9 old man's body was refined. Only a ball of spiritual divine light was left in the blazing furnace. There was no more suspense. The iron-blood Taoist had gotten rid of the 9 cult. At this time, Guzhong brought a group of subordinates and came to the 9 Heavens sect. The 9 Heavens mountain was very famous in the eastern region because many peerless experts had come from this place. But now, the 9 Heavens mountain was in a mess. Guzhong had come personally, and the entire 9 Heavens sect was shocked. Even the Lord of the 9 Heavens sect was terrified. There was nothing much to say. Guzhong immediately ordered the 9 Heavens mountain to be sealed. Then he climbed the mountain alone. No one dared to stop Guzhong on the 9 Heavens mountain. He directly climbed the mountain and came to a great hall at the peak of the mountain. "Lord of the 9 Heavens sect, come out and accept your death." Guzhong's voice spread far and wide, echoing in the mountains. "Guzhong, my friend, you have gone too far." An old voice resounded from the great hall. Then a black-bearded old man walked out from the great hall. He was wearing a black robe and was holding a stone mountain in his hand. "I have gone too far. Haha, this is too funny." Guzhong laughed and stared at the black-bearded old man. When these fellows were robbing his city, he didn't say that he had gone too far. He had no intention of being lenient. Looks like there's no room for negotiation. That black-robed old man coldly spoke. A supreme aura erupted from his body, causing even the void to tremble as a series of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the air. Die. Gu Zhong took a step forward and displayed his speed of 8 steps. In an instant, he was near the black-bearded old man. Then he threw a punch. An extremely powerful force rushed towards the black-bearded old man. Beyond the 9 heavens, the black-bearded old man roared in anger. In the next moment, his body became blurry, and he left behind an afterimage in the sky. His real body had already retreated far away. Gu Zhong couldn't help but be startled. His opponent's movement technique was extraordinary. Gu Zhong regained his composure. His body flickered, and he chased after the black-bearded old man. The black-bearded old man wanted to lure Gu Zhong away. He rushed down the mountain. The people of the 9th Heaven sect were stunned. Their patriarch was being chased down the mountain. You can't escape. Why struggle? Gu Zhong shouted. They were all saint rulers. One after another, they rushed down the mountain and entered the depths of the mountain. A great battle broke out. The earth shook and the mountain shook. One couldn't deny that the patriarch of the 9th Heaven sect was very strong. He was the strongest among the 3 great powers. However, he still died in Gu Zhong's hands. This battle directly destroyed a mountain range. The ground was hit until it sank, and countless living beings fell. In the end, Gu Zhong killed the patriarch of the 9th Heaven sect. From then on, the 9th Heaven sect was finished. Nobody dared to come and save the patriarch of the 9th Heaven sect. The people of the 3 great sects were used by the other great powers. When Gu Fei returned, he would settle the score with the 3 great sections. The powers behind the 3 great sects couldn't protect them. No one was willing to offend the current Gu Fei because Gu Fei had already grown up. He was no longer the Gu Fei who was chased by people with no way out. Gu Fei had sent his subordinates to destroy the 9th Heaven sect and the other 2 great sections. This shocked all the great powers in the eastern region. The eastern region was shaken. Everyone was in danger. Even the Zhao family and the Dongfang family of the antiquity felt great pressure. If that person attacked them, they would definitely be in trouble. Some people were very optimistic. They thought that Gu Fei wouldn't attack the great powers. Chapter 28:15. The battle had ended, but it had shaken the entire eastern region. Many people knew that Gu Fei wouldn't just annihilate the 3 major sects. He definitely had other plans, and many people were watching. One must know that Gu Fei was famous for being fierce. The 3 major sects dared to snatch Gu Fei's territory because they had a powerful backer behind them. Without the instigation of the mastermind, the 3 major sects wouldn't dare to offend Gu Fei. Now that Gu Fei had returned, he definitely wouldn't swallow his anger. This wasn't the style of the fierce Gu Fei. Whoever dared to provoke him, even if it was the emperor, he would dare to beat them up first. At noon, Gu Zhong was the first to return to Wanxiang City with a group of subordinates. He left a small group of people to guard the cities that he had seized back, while the 9 Heavens sect's territory was frozen. The 9 Heavens mountain had become an ice mountain. The power of Yin at the Sage King level enveloped the entire 9 Heavens mountain. Living beings below the Sage level didn't dare to go there because they would be frozen to death before they even got close to the frozen 9 Heavens mountain. Gu Zhong only attacked the treasury of the 9 Heavens sect and looted all the accumulated treasures of the 9 Heavens sect. Then he left the mountain. In the evening, the Iron Blood Taoist also returned. Old man Jiuyin's body and soul were completely destroyed by the heaven and earth furnace that he had created. All the higher-ups of the 9 Heavens sect were killed, and only some ordinary disciples were left. It didn't matter if the ordinary disciples were killed or not. The Iron Blood Taoist wasn't someone who liked to kill, so he naturally took away the countless treasures of the 9 Heavens sect. These were his spoils of war. The last to return to Wanxiang City were Zhu Guiliang and the 3 sages. There were many experts from the celestial palace, and they fled in all directions. It took a lot of time to chase after them. Moreover, when the celestial palace was destroyed, a mysterious person appeared and wanted to rescue some of the core members of the celestial palace. However, the three sages of the heaven, earth, and human sages intervened, and those people failed to rescue anyone. In less than a day, Gu Fei had seized back the territories he had lost, but would he stop now? Many people were watching. Some felt that it wouldn't be that simple. Even some super forces felt uneasy because nobody knew what kind of earth-shattering things this fierce person would do next. At night, Gu Fei and his subordinates discussed in the Wanxiang city's Lord's mansion. However, they only talked about what had happened in the day and didn't talk about their next step. In less than an hour, Gu Fei had sent all his subordinates away, leaving only Gu Zhong by his side. Gu Ling had already gone off somewhere to go crazy. Gu Ling was about to undergo her tribulation. She had been in the quasi-sage realm for a long time, and Gu Fei was considering whether he should send her to the heaven realm to undergo her tribulation. The heavenly tribulation, Tian, was in the sect. The heaven tribulation of the Tian was that realm. The heaven's heaven and earth was in. The great war in the past caused the heavenly Tao of this world to be flawed and incomplete. Naturally, it was easier to undergo the heavenly tribulation in a flawed world. However, Gu Fei didn't want Gu Ling to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the mortal realm. The heaven realm was a complete world. To undergo the heavenly tribulation, one must undergo the strongest heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei had high expectations for his daughter. Master, who should we start with next? Gu Zhong suddenly said to Gu Fei, "Anne, let's talk about it tomorrow." "Oh, right. During the time I was not here, you have been following Jianren Huang and didn't go back to your family?" Gu Fei asked. Unlike Gu Fei, who only had two relatives, Yin and Gu Ling, Gu Zhong had a big family. The Gu family of the Sorcerer Land had moved to a land of immortal spirits and had taken root there. The current family master was Gu Zhong. He was a hands-off shopkeeper and almost didn't manage the Gu family's affairs, leaving them to the elders. "No, I don't want to interfere too much with the family's affairs." Gu Zhong said, "Very good. Don't be distracted by these trivial things. The chaos in the world has appeared. Working hard to improve your cultivation is the right thing to do." Gu Fei nodded and said, this disciple of his was doing well. He knew what he needed. However, some people liked to pursue power and lost themselves. They couldn't tell what was the most important thing. Those who neglected the essentials were destined to fail. Gu Fei would never be bothered by these trivial things. He was actually a hands-off shopkeeper and let his subordinates do whatever they wanted. He seemed to be very casual, but the things he did were always unexpected. "Yes, master." Gu Zhong nodded and said, "All right, you can leave now." Gu Fei waved his hand and said, "Yes." After speaking, Gu Zhong left the hall. Only Gu Fei was left in the hall. "Who should I start with tomorrow?" Gu Fei let out a smile and closed his eyes. He did not say anything further. Time flew by. When the first rays of dawn appeared, a new day had begun. The Wanxiang city gradually became lively. With Gu Fei's return, the number of people in the city increased. This time, Gu Fei did not mobilize a large number of cultivators to attack anyone. Instead, he used a clone. Gu Fei's clone left the Wanxiang city and soon appeared in front of a city controlled by the Dongfang family. Without hesitation, he flew to the sky above the city. "All of you scram. This city is mine." Gu Fei's clone roared angrily. The domineering voice instantly spread across the entire city, startling all the living beings in the city. Everyone was shocked. "Fellow Taoist, do you know whose territory this is?" A figure rushed out from the city, Lord's mansion, and arrived in front of Gu Fei's clone. He then looked at Gu Fei's clone coldly and revealed a disdainful smile. It was a young man. At least from his appearance, he looked tall and handsome. In the world of cultivation, a cultivator's appearance did not mean much. Sometimes an inconspicuous little boy could be an old antique. Haha, do you know who you're talking to? Gu Fei laughed. I don't care who you are. If you know what's good for you, scram. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. The young man said fiercely. At this moment, an old cultivator hurriedly flew over from the sky. I'm sorry. This guy's head was kicked by a donkey. Please don't lower yourself to his level. The old cultivator quickly grabbed the young cultivator's hand and tried to pull him away. Third uncle, what are you doing? Don't stop me from teaching this arrogant guy a lesson. The young cultivator shouted. I owe my little ancestor. Chapter 28:16. You really have guts. Gu Fei looked at the young cultivator with a faint smile. He realized that the young cultivator's cultivation was not low. He was about to become a sage. This. Lord Gu, I hope you won't lower yourself to the level of a child. The old man beside the young cultivator was shocked when he heard Gu Fei's words. He hurriedly pulled the young cultivator behind him. Third uncle, what's wrong with you? This guy is just an ordinary immortal. I can kill him with one finger. What are you afraid of? The young cultivator pulled the old man in front of him away. Slap! The old man raised his hand and gave the young cultivator a loud slap. Brat, I'm your uncle. If I want you to scram, then scram. Why are you being so long-winded? The old man was furious. The young cultivator was stunned by the slap. He covered his face and looked at the old man in disbelief. Lord Gu, please forgive me. Just treat this brat as a fart and let him go. The old man begged Gu Fei. Third uncle, you. The young cultivator was so angry that he almost fainted. Why did his third uncle have to be so submissive to this guy? He could not believe it. He was the only son of the city lord and had the responsibility to chase away those troublemakers. Gu Fei looked at the scene with interest, but did not say anything. Bulsh *T. Do you know who this lord is? You brat. The old man pretended to hit him again. This person's surname is Gu. The young cultivator suddenly came to his senses. His forehead began to sweat and his expression changed. Could this guy really be that person? At the thought of this, the young cultivator's legs trembled. His calves and stomach were spinning, and he almost fell from the sky. Didn't you want to kill me with one finger? Come on, I'll stand here and let you do whatever you want. Let's see if you can kill me. Gu Fei looked at the young cultivator and said calmly. The young cultivator almost fainted. Brat, kowtow and apologized to Lord Gu. The old man pressed the young cultivator's head down. Humph, Gu Fei, what kind of hero is bullying a child? At this moment, a voice came from the city lord's mansion. Then a figure walked out of the mansion unhurriedly. This was an old man, an elder of the Dongfang family. Gu Fei had seen him before. Haha, I never said I was a hero. Gu Fei smiled. All of you step down. There's nothing for you to do here. The old man soared into the sky and said to the old man and the young man, Yes, clan elder. The uncle and nephew hurriedly retreated. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He didn't really want to make things difficult for the uncle and nephew. He just thought it was fun and nothing else. After all, with his cultivation and status, he couldn't really lower himself to the same level as these people. If you don't scram, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Gu Fei looked at the Dongfang family elder and said indifferently, I am, but I know you don't dare. The Dongfang family elder said coldly, Humph, there's really nothing in this world that I don't dare to do. Gu Fei's expression turned cold. Hearing Gu Fei's words, the Dongfang family elder's expression changed. This fella was famous for being fierce. If he really angered this fella would really kill him. Even though Gu Fei promised Ghost Emperor Fengdu that he wouldn't start a war with the Dongfang family, the Dongfang family elder was still uncertain at this moment. Do you want to start a war with my Dongfang family? The Dongfang family elder said in a deep voice. There's no one who doesn't pay the price for offending me. You guys have gone too far this time, so you must be punished. Dongfang family, hand over a dozen cities, and this matter will be over, Gu Fei said coldly. A dozen cities. The Dongfang family elder was both shocked and angry. Have you forgotten our agreement? The Dongfang family elder's expression turned ugly. This fella asked for a dozen cities right off the bat. This fella was simply asking for an exorbitant price. Humph, if you don't agree, then let's start a war. Gu Fei sneered. You, the Dongfang family elder, was furious. He knew that Gu Fei wouldn't let it go just like that, but he didn't make a move. He wasn't afraid of Gu Fei coming to settle the score. All right, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Scram. As Gu Fei spoke, he waved his hand, and the elder from the Dongfang family immediately flew out. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he had flown to. Boom! 1,000 miles away from the city, in the depths of a mountain range, a loud sound could be heard. A mountain peak collapsed and rocks flew everywhere, causing chaos in the mountain range. Then, a man crawled out from the rubble with his face covered in dirt. So scary, the man muttered to himself. His voice was trembling. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't withstand a single blow from this person. This person's cultivation was even stronger. He didn't know that the person who came was not Gu Fei's real body, but a clone of Gu Fei. If he knew that this was only a clone of Gu Fei, he would be even more shocked. The Dongfang family elder then soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. He had to send this news back to the Dongfang family's ancestral land as soon as possible. At this time, Gu Fei directly took action and threw all the people of the Dongfang family out of the city. Then he went to another city and used the same method to chase away the people of the Dongfang family. He didn't start a massacre because he was already very restrained. If he didn't promise Ghost Emperor Fengdu, many people of the Dongfang family would have died today. Since he had promised Ghost Emperor Fengdu, Gu Fei couldn't go back on his word. He only wanted territory and didn't want to kill people. This was his bottom line. However, if someone wanted his life, then he would be embarrassed and would have to kill them. In just half a day, Gu Fei directly attacked 13 cities under the control of the Dongfang family. The news spread and once again shook the cultivation world of the eastern region. Gu Fei was really unscrupulous in his actions. At this time, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King didn't come out of seclusion. In the entire Dongfang family, no one was Gu Fei's opponent, so they could only swallow their anger. After taking down 13 cities of the Dongfang family, Gu Fei didn't make any more moves. However, very quickly he appeared in the territory of the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity. He also took down 9 cities of the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity. The people of the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity also suffered in silence. They didn't dare to take the risk of starting a war with Gu Fei, so they could only choose to remain silent. In just one day, Gu Fei took down 22 cities. His territory had more than doubled, which shocked everyone to the extreme. Chapter 28:17. Gu Fei's way of doing things was actually very simple. If you eat my things, spit them out. If you take my things, not only do you have to return them, you have to leave your hands behind as well. Although the Dongfang family and the Zhao family didn't openly seize Gu Fei's territory, everyone knew that they were the masterminds behind the scenes. The Ninein cult and the other 2 great sects were nothing more than cannon fodder. This time, the Dongfang family lost 13 cities, and they suffered a lot because Gu Fei didn't start a massacre against the people of the Dongfang family. He was still very restrained. As for the Zhao family, losing 9 cities wasn't a big deal. They could still afford it. However, there were some people in the Dongfang family and the Zhao family who were unconvinced. What right did Gu Fei have to seize their territories? Moreover, he was brazenly robbing them. He was simply a bandit. However, Gu Fei's ferocious reputation was out there. Although these people were unconvinced, they didn't dare to find trouble with Gu Fei. There were people in the Dongfang family who wanted to ask the Eastern Sky Tyrant King to come out, but he was in seclusion. No one dared to disturb him, not even the elders of the Dongfang family. There were people who wanted to ask Ghost Emperor Fengdu to come out and uphold justice, but they couldn't even find the Ghost Palace. However, other than Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the Eastern Sky Tyrant King of the Dongfang family, there were still people in the human world who could fight against Gu Fei. In the great danger zones of the human world, there were extremely powerful existences. In the immortal devil abyss of the northern lands, some people saw the figures of primordial gods and devils roaming about. In the depths of the danger zone of the southern mountains, there were also the figures of powerful existences moving about. In the depths of the eastern region sky ruins, there was a terrifying and monstrous aura. There were extremely powerful existences reviving, and even the ancient road to heaven ascension was affected. In the extreme west of West Earth, there were also terrifying auras surging out from time to time, causing the Buddhist sects to be very nervous. Even great monk Heavenly Fa was alarmed. Some powers wanted to make contact with the extremely powerful existences in the danger zone, but the results were minimal. The existences in the danger zone didn't put the cultivators of the outside world in their eyes. The Dongfang family and the primordial era's Zhao family had both sent people into the depths of the sky market to interact with the living beings there. In the depths of the sky market, there was an indescribable aura enveloping the region within a radius of several thousand miles. That was a forbidden land. Any living creature that barged into that region would be trapped inside, never to come out again. No one knew whether those who had barged in were dead or alive, because no one could walk out of it. After unrelenting efforts, the life forms in the heavenly ruins forbidden zone had actually come into contact with them. This caused the leaders of the two superpowers to be pleasantly surprised. On this day, at dusk, outside the heavenly market's forbidden zone, a figure flew over from afar and landed on a mountain peak. It was a black-clothed, middle-aged man. The black-clothed, middle-aged man emanated a powerful aura of the Saint Tao, and it was obvious that he was a saint. He frowned as he gazed at the dim world before him. After that, the black-clothed, middle-aged man sent a voice transmission to the region ahead. Soon, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in the area in front of them. It seemed to be a shadow that could be blown away by a gust of wind. "Why have you come?" The blurry figure said, two blue dots flashing in his eyes. "My clan has a great enemy, and I would like to ask fellow Taoist to help me slay the great enemy." The black-clothed, middle-aged man directly stated his intentions. I never thought that there would come a day when the great primordial Zhao family would have to ask others for help." The shadow said with a sneer. It knew the origin of this black-robed, middle-aged man. To help or not to help? The middle-aged man in black said indifferently, "As long as you can pay the price, there's no one we can't kill." In the forbidden zone, the mysterious black shadow said proudly. The black-clad middle-aged man thought inwardly that this fella really had some big words. However, when he thought about how the other party was a restricted region creature, mysterious and unfathomable, perhaps he really might be able to help kill that fella. "Tell me, what will it take for you to help?" The black-clothed middle-aged man said straightforwardly, "A pseudo-immortal divine medicine. As long as you bring us a pseudo-immortal divine medicine, we can kill anyone for you." The black shadow in the forbidden area said, "What, quasi-immortal godly medicine?" The black-clothed middle-aged man on top of the mountain couldn't help but be shocked. This fella really dared to name a price. A pseudo-immortal divine medicine? Ridiculous. One should know that pseudo-immortal divine medicines were not ordinary divine medicines. There were so many of them in the human world. There were definitely less than 10 pseudo-immortal divine medicines in the entire human world. No, a pseudo-supreme sacred tool is fine too. The black shadow in the forbidden area pondered and said. This, the black-clothed, middle-aged man was speechless. A pseudo-supreme sacred tool, ridiculous. Although a pseudo-supreme sacred tool was not as rare as a pseudo-immortal divine medicine, There are only one or two of such sacred tools, even in the primordial Zhao family. They were the ultimate treasures of the primordial Zhao family. Uft, you don't have anything, and you still dare to ask us to help you kill your great enemy? The black shadow in the forbidden area said with disdain. On top of the mountain, the black-clothed, middle-aged man's face instantly darkened. He didn't say anything more. That's it then. Bring us the item, and we will help. The black shadow in the forbidden area said and immediately retreated. The saint from the primordial Zhao family stood for a while, then turned around and left as well. A pseudo-immortal divine medicine was definitely not something that could be taken out. Even if they did, they would not take it out. As for the quasi-supreme saint weapon, while the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity did possess one, they would never take it out. After all, that was the ultimate treasure of the Zhao family, and it could not be used easily. Even if the family head wanted to use the ultimate treasure of the Zhao family, he would need the unanimous consent of all the elders of the Zhao family. Most importantly, only a small portion of the primordial Zhao clan wanted to deal with Gu Fei. Most of the people did not want to provoke this ferocious person. Ever since Gu Fei and the old tortoise joined hands to destroy the forbidden area, Gu Fei's actions in the heaven realm had also spread to the human world. The news that the West Dark Sea was destroyed by Gu Fei and the old tortoise had caused a sensation in the human world. Some people found it hard to believe. However, it was an indisputable fact that the West Dark Sea had been destroyed. The old tortoise had even set up a checkpoint on the other side of the ancient road to heaven, charging a certain fee for entering and exiting the heaven realm. This was definitely the old tortoise's style. After working so hard to destroy the forbidden area of the West Dark Sea, how could he not get some benefits back? After the saint from the primordial Zhao family left, another figure arrived outside the forbidden area of the sky market. It was a white-robed young man. He stood high in the sky and transmitted his voice to the forbidden area of the sky market. Soon, the black shadow that had retreated to the depths of the forbidden area appeared again. What's going on today? The little guy from the Zhao family just left, and now the little guy from the Dongfeng family is here. The black shadow muttered to himself. Senior, sorry to disturb you. The white-robed young man cupped his hands and said to the figure in the forbidden area. He was much more polite than the middle-aged man from the Zhao family. You know that you're disturbing me, yet you still come. The mysterious black shadow said in a bad mood. I really have no other choice, so I came to ask for your help, the white-robed young man said awkwardly. It was his first time dealing with a creature from the forbidden area. The creature was extremely powerful and mysterious, so he did not dare to be careless. You're not here to ask me to kill someone, are you? The black shadow in the forbidden area said tentatively. Haha, Senior, you're really amazing. You can foresee things in advance. The white-robed young man said with a smile. Foresee my ass. The black shadow in the forbidden area said to himself. What? The white-robed young man outside the forbidden area did not hear the black shadow's words clearly. All right, let's cut the crap. If you want me to help you kill someone, it's actually very simple. Prepare a quasi-immortal divine medicine or a quasi-supreme sacred implement. I'll help you kill them no matter who they are. The black shadow directly stated the conditions for his help. The white-robed young man was dumbfounded. Quasi-immortal divine medicine or quasi-supreme sacred implement. Who could casually take out such things? The Dongfeng family was a cultivation family that had once produced a human emperor. Naturally, the Dongfeng family had a quasi-supreme saint artifact. However, the quasi-supreme saint artifact of the Dongfeng family was not something that could be used casually. Senior, please let me go back and think about it, the white-robed young man said. All right, got it. The black shadow in the forbidden area said and directly disappeared into the void. Quasi-immortal divine medicine or quasi-supreme sacred implement, the white-robed young man said to himself, then turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Not everyone could take out a quasi-immortal divine herb or a quasi-supreme sacred tool. But the enmity between Eastern Century and Gufini had already reached the point of irreconcilable enmity. Some people in the Dongfang family would definitely eliminate Gu Fei at all costs. However, the Zhao family of the ancients was different because the grudge between the Zhao family and Gu Fei had already been settled. It was just that some people in the Zhao family were not convinced. It was not worth it for the Zhao family of the ancients to take out a quasi-supreme sacred implement for the creature in the forbidden area of the heavenly market. The creature in the forbidden area was extremely powerful. Only these creatures could contend against Gu Fei. As long as there was a possibility of killing Gu Fei, the people of the Dongfang family would give it a try. Not long after the white-robed young man left, an elder of the Dongfang family came to the outside of the forbidden area of the heavenly market. This elder was the one who had been sent flying thousands of miles by Gu Fei with a wave of his hand. The creature in the forbidden area appeared soon after. Its vague silhouette was faintly discernible in the forbidden area. The elder of the Dongfang family did not say anything. He directly took out an item and threw it into the forbidden area in front. It was a huge golden seal that was covered with a layer of hazy golden radiance. On top of the golden ancient seal, there was a powerful aura surging out. This was a quasi-paragon saint artifact that lived up to its name. This golden seal was known as the Human Emperor Seal. All right, who do you want me to kill? The black shadow in the forbidden area caught the golden seal and said, "This item was not bad. It was a perfect, quasi-supreme sacred implement." Gu Fei. Chapter 28:18. The Dongfang family's Human Emperor Seal was a quasi-supreme divine tool refined by the human emperor before he became an ultimate emperor sovereign. It was an incomparably powerful divine tool, second only to the human emperor's sword. The human emperor's sword was an ultimate emperor divine weapon, much stronger than a quasi-supreme divine tool. It could even contend against a supreme divine tool. The person you want to kill is called Gu Fei. Very well, wait for my news. The black figure in the forbidden area nodded. Since he had accepted the human emperor's seal, he naturally had to act. He didn't expect the Dongfang family to really take out a quasi-supreme divine tool. All right. The elder of the Dongfang family nodded. Gu Fei, you're dead this time. The elder of the Dongfang family clenched his teeth and said. Then he turned around and left. Gu Fei! In the forbidden zone of the heavenly ruin, the black figure muttered to himself. He looked at the great golden seal in his hand and muttered to himself. The Dongfang family had not hesitated to hand over a quasi-supreme saint weapon for me to kill. I'm afraid that this person won't be easy to kill. Many people knew that in the depths of the heavenly market, there was a forbidden area where extremely powerful creatures from the forbidden area resided. In everyone's eyes, the creatures from the forbidden area were powerful and invincible existences, at least before Gu Fei and the old tortoise flattened the forbidden area of the heavenly realm. One should know that forbidden areas had existed for countless years. Even in the darkest era, no one could flatten the forbidden area. However, the destruction of the Western Dark Ocean was an exception. It broke the legend of the forbidden area. This made everyone realize that the creatures from the forbidden area were not invincible. They could be defeated. On this day, a supreme aura was emitted from the forbidden area of the heavenly market. A creature from the forbidden area walked out. No one could see the appearance of this creature clearly. This forbidden land creature was shrouded in a mass of black smoke, which isolated all divine senses. The fact that a creature from the forbidden area came out caused a huge commotion in the heavenly market. Everyone was guessing why the creature would leave the forbidden area, especially the great powers. One should know that the great powers of the eastern region were not the only ones gathered in the heavenly market. Because of the ancient road to heaven, experts from other regions of the human realm had also gathered here. All the major powers in the human realm had set up temporary bases in the heavenly market. It wasn't just the Tongue-Long continent. Experts from the other 4 ancient planets in the human realm had also crossed the galaxy and entered the Tongue-Long ancestral star. Currently, the soaring dragon ancestral star had become a holy land in the eyes of the cultivators from other planets. It was the center of the cultivation world in the human world. As more and more old-timers awoke from their slumber, the ancient paths connecting the 5 ancestral planets were activated. After being sealed for countless years, the ancient paths once again connected the 5 ancestral planets. Even though some of the ancient paths were broken, there were great divine arts practitioners who repaired them. The ancient Kunlun planet had completely declined. However, the reason for its decline was actually very simple. The entire ancient planet had helped a single person, or rather, an ancestor god. The Z-Wei ancestral star was still under the control of the Ji clan. He Tian and Ji Chongkong were still trapped in the real Gufei immortal land. The Gufei immortal land had truly great fortunes. He Tian and Ji Chongkong had clearly obtained great fortunes. Once they emerged from the ascending immortal land, the entire Z-Wei ancestral star would shake because of them. At this time, Wanxiang City was very calm. Gufei's territory had more than doubled. This was something worth celebrating. No one had thought that Gufei would be so domineering to actually attack the primordial Zhao clan and Dongfang clan. Even though he had restrained himself and didn't hurt anyone, it was still enough to shake the entire eastern region. Savage is truly savage. Someone sighed. Gufei had already risen and was no longer afraid of anyone. He was no longer the brat from back then. He had already left everyone in the same generation far behind him. There weren't many geniuses from back then who could survive until now. The cultivation world was a cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even geniuses could fall. Even heavenly sovereigns could be killed in body and soul. Immortality was only relative, not absolute. Gufei's display of power made many wandering cultivators in the eastern region, who were still observing, to submit to him. In a short period of time, Wanxiang City was filled with people. It didn't take long for the rogue cultivators to be distributed to the various cities. Gufei was in need of manpower to guard these cities. He naturally welcomed the wandering cultivators. Moreover, many of these wandering cultivators were not weak and could take on heavy responsibilities. The heaven, earth, and human saints admired Gufei's methods. No one dared to make a sound when the cities of the primordial Zhao clan and Dongfang clan were robbed. The peaceful days didn't last long. Soon, Gufei felt a pair of eyes watching him. Preposterous! Gufei was both shocked and furious. He couldn't sense who was watching him in the dark, which made him feel uneasy. He immediately summoned Gu Zhong, the Iron-Blood Taoist, and the others. He also captured Gu Ling, who was playing outside, and locked her in his inner world. On a moonless night, a black figure entered Wanxiang City without a sound and entered the city lord's mansion without a sound, as if it was an uninhabited place. Even the heaven, earth, and human saints, who were guarding outside the city lord's mansion, didn't sense the arrival of this mysterious existence. Just as the mysterious existence floated into the main hall of the city lord's mansion like a black fog, Gufei, who was sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall, suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if 2 bolts of lightning had flashed across the hall, instantly illuminating it. Although it was only for a short moment, it was enough to expose everything. "You finally couldn't help but jump out, huh?" Gufei said as he looked at the black figure standing in the hall. He instinctively felt that this person was very powerful and different from all the opponents he had met before. This is Gu Zhong, and the Iron-Blood Taoist, who were standing on both sides of the throne, were extremely shocked. They didn't sense the mysterious black figure when it entered the hall. This was enough to prove that the other party's cultivation was far above theirs. "I didn't expect the person I want to kill to be so powerful. It seems like I'm going to lose money on this deal," the black figure said calmly. The black shadow said indifferently. It was as if it didn't have a physical body and was just a wisp of black smoke. However, Gu Fei knew that this fellow was extremely dangerous. Haha, you want to kill me? Who invited you? Gu Fei said with a smile. This fellow wasn't a demon, an immortal, or a saint. It seemed to be a creature that he had never seen before, and it was extremely powerful. I'll tell you the moment I chop off your head. Chapter 28:19. The mysterious black shadow in the heavenly market's forbidden zone was finally going to make a move. On a dark and windy night, the forbidden zone's life form silently entered the Wanxiang city, Lord's residence, without alerting anyone. It was as though it had entered an uninhabited place. You want to kill me? Ha! Gu Fei burst into laughter. However, at that moment, Gu Zhong and the Iron-Blood Taoist, who were standing on both sides of the throne, wore extremely grim expressions. After all, this guy was actually able to enter the city, Lord's mansion of Wanxiang City, without alerting the three saints of heaven, earth, and man. This was enough to prove that the cultivation of this sneaky guy was definitely above the three saints of heaven, earth, and man. One must know that innate due of the three saints was a saint king. Could this guy be a Saint Venerable if he could enter the Lord's mansion without alerting Due? Gu Zhong and the Iron-Blood Taoist shivered. What's so funny? It's not like I haven't killed people like you before. The black figure shrouded in black mist said indifferently. What? Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes immediately emitted a gaze as sharp as the edge of a blade. An incomparably powerful aura erupted from his body and pressed towards the figure in front of him. Rumble, the void was shaking. Although it was an invisible aura, Gu Zhong and the Iron-Blood Taoist felt a great pressure and almost couldn't breathe. Humph! The black figure in the black mist sneered and allowed Gu Fei's aura to affect his body as if nothing had happened. You've killed people like me before. Gu Fei's voice became extremely cold. He clearly knew what the other party meant. This guy had killed cultivators like him before. This was not a good thing for Gu Fei. What's so strange about it? You're much stronger than that guy, but so what? You still have to die. The black figure said. All right, I'm here. Come and try killing me. Gu Fei looked coldly at the black figure in the hall and said, Swoosh! The black shadow made its move. A huge black hand came out of the black fog and grabbed at Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne. Gu Fei felt an extremely strong suction force enveloping him in an instant, trying to pull him towards the big hand that was grabbing him. Shwa! Gu Fei pointed a finger, and a beam of divine light rushed out from his right index finger, instantly piercing through the black hand that was trying to grab him. The huge black hand dissipated in the void and turned back into black fog. Then it flew back towards the black shadow. Eat my palm. After saying that, Gu Fei unleashed a palm strike at the black silhouette in the hall. A huge palm instantly enveloped the entire hall, trapping the black silhouette beneath it. The mysterious black shadow also struck out with his palm, and a huge black hand soared into the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the two huge hands collided with each other like two huge mountains colliding, causing an extremely powerful shockwave to erupt. In the next moment, the entire city, Lord's Mansion, was almost shattered by the mighty shockwave. Runes appeared on the walls and ground of the city, Lord's Mansion, dispelling the mighty shockwave. At this moment, the entire Wanxiang city shook violently. Everyone in the city was scared out of their wits. An extremely powerful aura suddenly exploded from the city, Lord's Mansion, alarming all the cultivators in Wanxiang City, especially the heaven, earth, and man sages who were guarding outside Wanxiang City. What's going on? The heaven, earth, and man sages were extremely shocked. Is someone really trying to harm Gu Fei? Boom! In the next moment, two figures broke through the roof of the city, Lord's Mansion, and soared into the sky. In an instant, they entered the starry sky and started fighting. Rumble! The mighty shockwave from the two figures shook the entire starry sky. Although they were very far away from Wanxiang City, the mighty aura of the two experts still descended from the starry sky. I have to admit that you're really powerful. The mysterious black figure stood in the starry sky and said to Gu Fei. An extremely powerful aura exploded from its body, causing the starry sky to tremble. Countless stars seemed like they were going to fall at any time. At this moment, Gu Fei's body was brimming with primal chaos aura. 9 primal chaos Tao patterns emerged on his body, and a supreme martial aura was emitted from his body, causing the starry sky to tremble. Cut the crap, Gu Fei said coldly. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in the sky above the mysterious black figure. Then he stomped down. A destructive force immediately surged out from his feet and obliterated the mysterious black figure. This was the 8 kill steps. It was a simple combat skill, but it could display an extremely powerful combat power. Bang! The mysterious black figure sank a few thousand feet from Gu Fei's stomp and turned into a cloud of black fog. However, the black fog did not dissipate. Instead, it condensed again and turned into a black figure. This fellow did not seem to have a body of flesh and blood. However, how was this possible? A living creature without a body of flesh and blood was actually so powerful. Where did this fellow come from? Who had invited this fellow to come here? The living creatures in the Forbidden Zone were mysterious and unfathomable. No one had ever seen the true appearance of the living creatures in the Forbidden Zone of the Sky Ruin. What's going on? Is this fellow just a cloud of black fog? Gu Fei found it hard to believe. At this moment, the mysterious black figure had already soared into the sky and attacked Gu Fei. The black fog surged and turned into 9 black chains, entangling Gu Fei. The clanging sounds did not stop. The 9 black chains were like 9 black snakes, instantly entangling Gu Fei's body. Then they suddenly tightened, binding him like a dumpling. Black Tao patterns circulated on the 9 black chains. A black flame emerged from the black chains. Immediately, Gu Fei was enveloped by the black flames that emerged from the black chains. It was a terrifying type of flames of the way. It burned the void until it was annihilated silently. That's all you've got. The black figure came in front of Gu Fei and said coldly. From its point of view, this fellow called Gu Fei was already a dead man when he was bound by the black chains. Humph. You think you can kill me with such a method? Are you overestimating yourself or underestimating me? Gu Fei's voice came from the black flames. What? The mysterious black figure was shocked. It had never imagined that Gu Fei could actually resist its flames of the way. Gu Fei's body and soul were not burned to ashes by its flames of the way. Boom! The next moment, an extremely powerful martial arts power erupted from the black flames. The 9 black chains that were entangling Gu Fei's body were broken. At the same time, the black flames that enveloped Gu Fei also dispersed. Chapter 28:20. Gu Fei displayed the ultimate battle prowess of a holy venerable. Not only did he break the black chains around him, but he also grabbed the mysterious shadow in his hand. Roar! In the starry sky, a figure that was much taller than a mountain roared at the sky. The entire starry sky was shaking and stars were falling. Gu Fei displayed the universal law and grabbed the mysterious shadow with his right hand. A ball of divine fire of chaos appeared in his palm. His palm seemed to have turned into a furnace, trying to refine the mysterious shadow. What? The mysterious creature from the Forbidden Zone was extremely shocked. It never thought that Gu Fei would be so powerful. It seemed that the quasi-paragon saint weapon of the Dongfang clan was not so easy to obtain. If it had known that this guy called Gu Fei was so difficult to deal with, it probably would not have accepted this deal. Rumble! 9 chaotic runes appeared on Gu Fei's right hand, directly sealing the void around the mysterious shadow. The divine fire of chaos surged towards it from all directions. Roar! The mysterious black shadow roared again and again. Mysterious runes rushed out of the black shadow's body and imprinted themselves in all directions, blocking the chaos flames that were coming at them. However, The 9 chaos Tao patterns were still gradually suppressing the mysterious black shadow. The void around the mysterious black shadow was constantly shrinking. The mysterious shadow was extremely shocked. It could not think of a way to escape at this moment. At this time, Xiao Chen was also very shocked. This mysterious creature was really powerful. If it was an ordinary holy venerable, it would not be able to kill it even if it had 10 lives. However, this mysterious creature could fight endlessly with him. Now that it was being suppressed by the power of the 9 runes, it was still resisting stubbornly. It's just a deathbed struggle. Gu Fei said. With a thought, he attracted the power of the stars in the entire starry sky to his body. Rays of starlight gathered towards him from all directions, turning into a powerful force that surged towards his right hand. Very soon, the divine fire of chaos that appeared on Gu Fei's right hand changed. Specks of starlight appeared within the divine fire, as if a starry sky was evolving. The power of the divine fire of chaos instantly multiplied. Rumble! The void that was sealed by Gu Fei's right hand was shaking violently. 9 primordial chaos Tao patterns kept pressing down on the mysterious black shadow. The appearance of the power of stars was like a starry sky that was pressing down on the mysterious black shadow. The chaotic force and the star force intertwined, causing the mysterious shadow to feel a great pressure. The runes that rushed out of the mysterious black shadow dissipated into the void, and the mysterious power that was surging out of the black shadow's body was constantly being worn away. Damn it! The mysterious black shadow roared and seemed to have made up his mind. A mass of black light burst out from the mysterious black shadow. In the next moment, the void was annihilated, and a terrifying destructive power emerged. The 9 primal chaos Tao patterns that emerged from Gu Fei's hand were actually destroyed by that power. The void was collapsing, and the terrifying destructive power that had suddenly expanded suddenly shrank inwards. Then it turned into a powerful devouring power that devoured everything around it. Gu Fei's hand was instantly devoured by the devouring power that had suddenly appeared. Be it chaotic force or star force, they were all devoured into the black hole. How dare you? You've made me lose a spiritual body. Just you wait, I'll come back for you again. A voice sounded in Gu Fei's heart. What? Hearing that, Gu Fei was really shocked. The mysterious figure that had been fighting with him was actually some kind of spiritual body. It was actually not the other party's real body. It was the first time he had heard of the term spiritual body, but he could imagine that the spiritual body that the mysterious creature was talking about might be an external incarnation or something like a clone that ordinary cultivators cultivated. At this moment, the devouring power from the black hole continued to devour everything in the surroundings. The terrifying ripples of destruction caused the entire region of outer space to tremble. In the void, a series of pitch-black spatial rifts appeared, and the nearby stars were directly swallowed by the mighty devouring force coming out of the black hole. Gu Fei directly took a step and traversed hundreds of thousands of kilometers in an instant, avoiding the devouring power. Afterwards, his huge figure that seemed to be able to pluck the stars and grab the moon rapidly shrank, returning to his normal size. He could not help but shiver inside as he looked at the expanding black hole. The mysterious figure's self-destruction actually possessed such terrifying power. It was something that he had not expected. If this had happened in the eastern region and not in outer space, the entire eastern region would have probably been devoured by the black hole. This was a great destruction. It was just too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei, who was used to seeing things, could not help but feel shocked. This fellow was really vicious. However, he did not know the origins of this mysterious fellow. This fellow's spiritual body had been forced to self-destruct by him. He believed that the other party's real body would find him soon. It seemed that he had to make proper preparations. If a spiritual body was already so powerful, then the other party's real body would definitely be much more powerful than a spiritual body. This was definitely not a doubt. The black hole in the sky continued to expand. Countless stars were falling and exploding as they were devoured by the black hole. This scene was extremely shocking. Even if the people on the ground looked up at the sky at this moment, they would discover that there were a lot fewer stars in the sky. The starry sky was dim without any light. The black hole formed by the mysterious figure's self-destruction continued to exist in the starry sky for 4 hours before it gradually shrank and disappeared in the void. It was as if it had never appeared in the first place. Gu Fei returned to Wanxiang City from outer space. At this moment, an angry roar came from the Forbidden Zone in the depths of the sky market. It was the roar of an unknown living being. There was also the vague sound of iron chains colliding from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. All the living beings in the sky market heard the angry roar. All of them felt very uneasy and had a bad feeling in their hearts. Just as the angry roar came from the Forbidden Zone of the sky market, a figure who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder on a stone mountain outside the Forbidden Zone suddenly opened his eyes. Could it be that he failed? It was a white-clothed, middle-aged man from the Dongfang family. He had been waiting for news outside the Forbidden Zone. However, what he had been waiting for was the roar of the living being in the Forbidden Zone. The white-clothed, middle-aged man stood up from the boulder. After thinking for a moment, he soared into the sky and left quickly. At this moment, the news of the battle between Gu Fei and the mysterious expert in the boundless starry sky had already spread. One should know that although the two experts were fighting in the starry sky, some of the powerful beings in the Tonglong continent could still sense the battle in the starry sky. Some people in the Dongfang family were nervous and excited at the same time because only they knew what had happened. However, when the news of Gu Fei's return to the Wanxiang city spread, the people in the Dongfang family could not be happy anymore. Could it be that even the powerful living being in the Forbidden Zone was not a match for Gu Fei? They really wanted to know if Gu Fei had been seriously injured by the living being in the Forbidden Zone. That was a living being in the Forbidden Zone. As long as one could pay the price, it was said that anyone could be killed. However, from the looks of it now, there were times when the words of the living being in the Forbidden Zone could not be trusted. At this time, the Wanxiang city was heavily guarded. However, the Dongfang family still received the news that Gu Fei had been seriously injured during the battle. It would be difficult for him to recover without a year and a half. Haha, good, very good. Although we did not kill Gu Fei, we were able to seriously injure him. This is worth it. When the news reached the Dongfang family, the residence of the elder of the Dongfang family, who had suffered at the hands of Gu Fei in the past, was filled with laughter. The elder of the Dongfang family wanted to take advantage of the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity when Gu Fei was seriously injured by the mysterious living being to take Gu Fei's life. However, who should he invite to take action was a difficult problem. One had to know that Gu Fei was in the Wanxiang city. Wanting to enter the Wanxiang city to assassinate Gu Fei was definitely not an easy task. Moreover, the people of the Dongfang family could not appear because their old ancestor had promised Ghost Emperor Fengdu that the human race would temporarily prioritize righteousness and would not start a war with Gu Fei. If the Dongfang family broke the rules first, then Ghost Emperor Fengdu would definitely not sit idly by. At that time, the unlucky ones would still be the Dongfang family. This made the elder of the Dongfang family very apprehensive. He did not know that Gu Fei was actually unharmed. He purposely released the news that he was seriously injured by the mysterious living being. He wanted to see who was plotting against him. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. He had to be careful. This time, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to lure out those who wanted to harm him. As a result, some people really could not sit still after receiving the news. At this time, the demons in the Eastern Demon Cave were also ready to make a move. Gu Fei had killed their 4 great true demons. So the demons in the Eastern Demon Cave wanted to settle this score with Gu Fei. Normally, it was very difficult for the demons in the Eastern Demon Cave to receive such news, because Wanxiang City had been sealed off ever since the battle between Gu Fei and the mysterious living being. How could the demons get this news? This was because someone with ulterior motives leaked the news that Gu Fei was seriously injured by the mysterious living being to the demons in the Eastern Demon Cave. Demons never had any scruples in doing things, unlike the great sects and clans of the human race who had many scruples. On another dark and windy night, a demon figure silently approached Wanxiang City. It was a young man with blood-red hair. He had 2 demon horns on his head, and a heart-palpitating aura lingered around him. The young man with blood-red hair arrived on a short mountain outside Wanxiang City. He looked at the city in front of him and saw that the city was brightly lit. Although it was already late at night, there were still many people walking on the streets. The young man with blood-red hair was somewhat surprised. In his blood-red eyes, he saw several surging blood auras in the city in front of him. The exuberant qi and blood enveloped the entire city below. I didn't expect so many human saints to gather here. Chapter 28-21. Gu Fei released the news to let everyone think that he was injured during the battle with the mysterious creature. He wanted to see who exactly wanted his life. He had many enemies: the Dongfang clan, the Western Buddhist sect, the demons, the Heavenly Realm's ancient Heavenly Emperor, and many others. There were definitely many people who wanted his life. Gu Fei had no enmity with the mysterious creature, so there was only one possibility. Someone had invited the mysterious creature to kill him. At this time, the news of Gu Fei's injuries had already spread throughout the entire Wanxiang City. There were many spies arranged by the great sects and clans in the city. Very quickly, the news spread to the great sects and clans. Some were happy, some were worried. Those who had enmity with Gu Fei were naturally happy, while those who were on good terms with Gu Fei were worried for Gu Fei. The battle in the starry sky caused a huge commotion, but no one knew the result of the battle. This was because the 2 powerhouses fighting in the starry sky were both kings among the heavenly sovereigns. The battle between heavenly sovereigns was earth-shattering. Even other heavenly sovereigns would find it hard to sense the situation of the battle. No one knew whether the mysterious creature that sought Gu Fei was killed by Gu Fei or not. However, many people saw Gu Fei vomiting blood when he returned to Wanxiang City. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was very easy for him to pretend to vomit blood. However, someone was very cautious and wanted to use others to probe Gu Fei. On a dark and windy night, a demonic figure appeared on a mountain peak outside of Wanxiang City. It was a blood-red haired youth with demonic energy lingering around his body. It was as if a demon lord had descended, giving people a feeling of extreme power. This demon did not hide his presence and purposely released a powerful demonic aura. Demon. In the main hall of Wanxiang City's Lord Mansion, Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly opened his eyes. He did not expect the demons to be the first to jump out. Master, let this disciple deal with this demon. Gu Zhong walked out from the throne and bowed to Gu Fei. Very well, go ahead. Gu Fei nodded. He knew very well about Gu Zhong's cultivation. He was a peak saint ruler, so even if the opponent was a saint king, his disciple would be able to contend against them. Gu Zhong was overjoyed and immediately accepted the order before turning around and walking out of the hall. Shua. After exiting the palace, Gu Zhong took a step forward and disappeared from the entrance of the palace. In the next instant, he appeared on the mountain peak outside Wanxiang City. So fast! On the mountain peak, the crimson-haired youth stared at Gu Zhong and said coldly. His blood-red eyes narrowed when Gu Zhong appeared. Humph! Gu Zhong looked at the demon in front of him with a solemn expression, but he did not say anything. You're no match for me. Go back and call your master. The crimson-haired youth said disdainfully. It was as if he did not take Gu Zhong seriously at all and felt that it was beneath him to fight Gu Zhong. What a big tone. It's really stinky, Gu Zhong said as he waved his hand in front of his nose. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. The crimson-haired youth's face darkened. In the next moment, he exerted force with his right foot and disappeared from where he stood. Almost at the same time, Guzhong spread his legs and lowered his waist into a horse stance. He punched forward with his right fist. The moment he punched out, he gathered all his power into his fist. Boom! With a loud sound, the two fists collided. The crimson-haired youth, who had disappeared, instantly appeared before Guzhong. Rumble! The entire mountain began to shake. Countless rocks rolled down from the mountain, and hideous cracks appeared on the mountain, as if it could collapse at any time. Two extremely powerful fists collided with each other. Two extremely powerful forces collided with each other. The vast and mighty energy waves spread out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Roar! Guzhong bellowed in rage. An even more powerful metal elemental energy erupted from his body. His right arm trembled, and a powerful fist force erupted in an instant. Humph! The crimson-haired youth snorted and exerted his strength at the same time. A hideous and terrifying shadow of a demonic dragon emerged from his body, and a powerful demonic force erupted from his fist. Boom! With a loud sound, the mountain under the feet of the two experts finally collapsed. The two figures quickly separated and immediately charged at each other. The two figures moved quickly in the void and fought fiercely. The entire void was shaking, and a powerful pressure of a sage ruler spread from Guzhong's body. He seemed to have turned into a golden god of war. His body emitted a dazzling golden radiance that lit up the entire night sky. On the other hand, the crimson-haired youth's demonic chi soared into the sky. He was like a peerless demon that could cause chaos in the world. He displayed an extremely powerful combat strength and fought with Guzhong. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Wanxiang city were alarmed. Many cultivators flew into the sky from the Wanxiang city to watch the battle. As for those cultivators who could not fly in the sky, they quickly ran to the top of the Wanxiang city's city wall. Demons are attacking again. Someone noticed that the demonic chi in the sky was soaring and could not help but be shocked. Is Guzhong and the others fighting against the invading demons? On the top of the city wall, the cultivators were discussing in low voices while they were shocked. In the sky in front of them, within the demonic chi, there would be dazzling golden radiance piercing through from time to time. The powerful metal elemental power rippled in all directions. It's the demons again. At this moment, the three sages of heaven, earth and human, had also arrived in the sky above the Wanxiang city. Lord Guzhong's cultivation has increased by quite a bit. People who once followed the human sovereign for a period of time are indeed different. Heaven sage, Diyu said enviously, one must know that the human sovereign was an invincible expert in the world. It was no wonder that others would be envious and jealous of Guzhong for being able to receive his guidance. Who do you think will win this battle? Earth sage Li Hong said. His body was faintly surrounded by lightning. When he opened and closed his eyes, there seemed to be lightning flashing in them. He was a thunder sage. It's hard to say. Human sage Lu Tianxiong said. Guzhong was a martial sage king. His combat strength was so strong that it could not be measured by ordinary standards. One must know that it was not a legend that a martial artist could reign supreme in the same realm. That red-haired demon should be a sage emperor. He seems to be stronger than the true demons that attacked us previously. Human sage Lu Tianxiong continued. Even if Lord Guzhong cannot win, he will be able to escape unscathed. Iron Blood Taoist arrived in the sky and said indifferently, "This is an evenly matched battle." Chapter 28-22. Guzhong joined the battle against the red-haired great demon in the mountains outside of Wanxiang City. The mighty energy fluctuations caused the entire mountain range to tremble. Mountains collapsed one after another. Golden radiance and monstrous demonic chi filled the sky. The two experts fought fiercely, wanting to turn the other into dregs. Humans and demons had been mortal enemies since ancient times. The battle between Guzhong and the red-haired great demon would determine the victor and determine life and death. Even the other great sects and clans in the eastern region were alarmed by this battle, especially those who had a grudge against Gu Fei. They even appeared near Wanxiang City, spying on the city's movements. Gu Fei actually didn't take action personally. Could it be that he's really injured? On a cloud thousands of miles away from Wanxiang City stood a white-robed old man. This person was the Dongfang clan elder who had suffered a great loss under Gu Fei's hands and fled back to the Dongfang clan's ancestral land in a sorry state. Why did the demons of the eastern domain know that Gu Fei was injured so quickly? It was because this old man had deliberately leaked the news to the eastern domain. In order to take revenge on Gu Fei, this guy didn't care about anything else. One had to know that humans and demons were mortal enemies. Helping the demons to suppress the human race was the act of a traitor. For the sake of righteousness, such an act was punishable by death. Therefore, this Dongfang clan elder was very careful. At this time, this Dongfang clan elder was bewildered. He had always been careful, otherwise he wouldn't have lived to this day. He didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. In the mountains, the battle between Gu Zhong and the red-haired great demon had reached its climax. Gu Zhong attacked with all his strength. His fists shattered the void as he kept clashing with the red-haired great demon. The battle power of the martial body was released. 9 golden Dao runes appeared on Gu Zhong's golden muscles, activating the power of a saint ruler. "I've underestimated you," the red-haired great demon said coldly while attacking. "Humph, you overestimated yourself," Gu Zhong said. He was incomparably domineering as he used the metal element fist. Although this battle skill was simple, it could transform something rotten into something magical. The combat strength it displayed was enough to shock the red-haired devil. Bang! Boom! Gu Zhong's fists continuously clashed with the red-haired demon's fists. Wild power continuously exploded outwards, destroying everything. The ground began to sink. "Let's see if your master can still sit still after I kill you." The red-haired great fiend grinned before spitting out a demon bead. Buzz! The demonic bead vibrated, and numerous demonic runes emerged and intertwined on its surface. An energy fluctuation so powerful that it caused all living beings in the world to tremble erupted from the demonic bead. Under the control of the red-haired fiend, the demon bead smashed towards Gu Zhong. A saint venerate demonic artifact. Gu Zhong was startled. He quickly retreated, but the devil bead followed him like a shadow. Everything in its path was obliterated. "You should be proud to die under my demon pearl of annihilation," the red-haired dire fiend said. Demon pearl of annihilation. Although Gu Zhong was shocked, he wasn't that nervous. This devil bead hadn't reached the level of annihilation. However, the destructive energy of a saint sovereign within the devil bead wasn't something he could deal with. Swish! He executed the 8 desolate steps, instantly evading the attack. However, the mountain behind him was directly smashed into smithereens by the devil bead. Crap! Gu Zhong was in danger. He didn't have any saint artifact on him that could contend against the devil bead. He was a martial artist, and in his opinion the best weapon for a martial artist was their martial body. Since his martial body was the best weapon, Gu Zhong felt that there was no need for him to refine a saint artifact. His martial body was already many times stronger than ordinary saint artifacts. Bang! Gu Zhong was sent flying by the devil bead. Although he had grasped the 8 desolate steps technique, he was still struck by the devil bead. That devil bead wasn't very big, only the size of an adult's fist. However, the might it displayed was extremely powerful, capable of shattering the heavens and earth. It truly had the power to annihilate the world. A trail of blood seeped out from the corner of Gu Zhong's mouth. He was injured. The opponent was a Saint Sovereign level demon, and he also wielded a Saint Sovereign level world annihilation devil bead. Gu Zhong's defeat wasn't a coincidence. It was because he wasn't strong enough. Again, Gu Zhong roared as he charged at the red-haired demon. However, there was no longer any suspense. The red-haired demon was stronger than Gu Zhong. This was an undeniable fact. However, the red-haired demon wanted to thoroughly defeat Gu Zhong before killing him. Boom! With a loud explosion, Gu Zhong was sent flying thousands of feet away by the devil bead. He constantly coughed out blood. That devil bead had displayed the might of a saint's sovereign level. Gu Zhong borrowed the rebounding force to instantly tear through the void and escape into Myriad Phenomenon City. When the red-haired demon saw this, it was too late for him to stop Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong was heavily injured, but his body's blood energy was incomparably vigorous. The wounds on his body were rapidly healing. Very quickly his injuries were mostly healed. Gu Fei, come out and fight if you have the guts. The red-haired demon shouted towards Myriad Phenomenon City. I'll deal with you. The iron-blood Taoist flipped his right hand, and the Phoenix Tribulation immediately appeared in his hand. Then he charged towards the figure above the mountain ridge. A phantom of a divine phoenix appeared on his body. Another one has come to die. The red-haired demon sneered. His eyes were filled with deep disdain. Humph! It's still uncertain who will come to die. The iron-blood Taoist snorted coldly. Kill! The blood-haired great demon roared angrily as he activated the devil bead and smashed it towards the iron-blood Taoist. Rumble! The moment the devil bead was smashed, the entire void trembled due to the existence of the devil bead. The black spatial cracks were like black lightning bolts. Feng Wu! The iron-blood Taoist roared and immediately used the divine phoenix technique. 9 divine phoenix phantoms rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand and pounced towards the devil bead. A shocking scene appeared. The 9 divine phoenixes appeared in the sky, as though they were fighting for a divine bead. The 9 divine phoenix phantoms collided with the devil bead. The explosion of destructive waves spread out. The entire mountain ridge was instantly razed to the ground. The mountain peaks were like snow under the sun, turning into dust and eventually dissipating into the void. The red-haired demon was taken aback. This person was not simple. He was actually able to block the undying demon bead. The sacred weapon in this guy's hand must be extraordinary. Chapter 28-23. The battle in the mountains continued. The iron-blood Taoist took action and fought with a red-haired demon deep into the mountains. In the end, the 2 experts soared into the sky and battled in outer space. The destructive power of a battle between experts of this level was just too terrifying. A single strike was enough to destroy the world. The mountain ridges outside Wanxiang City had already been destroyed beyond recognition. The mountains collapsed and the earth caved in. Huge holes appeared in the void. Chaotic qi lingered in the pitch-black holes. The power of the laws of the world repaired the shattered void. However, it was unable to repair the void that had been shattered by the 2 experts in a short period of time. Many experts had come to the vicinity of Wanxiang City. They were all watching and paying close attention to the movements in Wanxiang City. Some experts directly soared into the sky and entered outer space to watch the battle. The elder of the Dongfeng family also appeared in outer space. The Zhao family of the primordial antiquity had also come. A figure shrouded in divine light ascended into outer space and watched the battle from afar. A powerful aura spread out, causing the nearby stars to tremble. This was an extremely powerful existence. He was at least a saint emperor. Even in the Zhao family of the primordial antiquity, there weren't many people with such a cultivation. Ever since Gu Fei and the old turtle worked together to flatten the western netherworld sea, the Zhao family had sent many people into the heaven realm to search for the goddess of the Zhao family. The waters of the heaven realm were very deep. The entire northern snowy region was still in a state of fragmentation. It was the same even after the appearance of the heavenly palace of the snowy region. The Zhao family of the primordial antiquity did not obtain any benefits in the northern snowy region. Not only did they fail to find Zhao Ziru, they even lost a few experts and had no choice but to return in low spirits. At this time, the Zhao family naturally did not want to become enemies with Gu Fei. However, if Gu Fei was really as rumored and was heavily injured in the battle with the mysterious life form, it would be an opportunity for the Zhao family. Some people guessed that Gu Fei might really be injured. This was because when Gu Zhong fought with the red-haired demon, he was injured by the red-haired demon, but Gu Fei did not do anything. Of course, Gu Fei not making a move didn't mean that he was injured and couldn't make a move. Those who were enemies with Gu Fei were extremely shrewd. Even their eyelashes were empty. They would not jump out so easily. Those people were still spying in the dark. Rumble. The starry sky trembled. The iron-blood Taoist seemed to have transformed into a divine phoenix as he battled with the red-haired demon. The aura of the Supreme Emperor Divine weapon spread out, and all the stars in the starry sky seemed to be falling down. The red-haired devil didn't dare to be careless. In his eyes, his opponent wasn't the iron-blood Taoist, but the Emperor armament in the iron-blood Taoist hands, the Phoenix Tribulation. The Phoenix Tribulation was a divine weapon refined from the shed flesh shell of the ancient divine phoenix. It contained the power of the divine phoenix, and the 9 divine phoenix Tao patterns turned into 9 fire phoenixes that charged at the red-haired demon. Buzz. The void trembled. Ancient demonic patterns appeared in the demon bead of devastation in the red-haired demon's hand. 9 demonic patterns rushed out of the demon bead and transformed into 9 demonic dragons that charged forward, clashing with the 9 fire phoenixes. Without the Supreme Emperor divine weapon, you are nothing in my eyes, the red-haired demon said coldly. The red-haired demon said coldly. Blood-colored demonic runes intertwined in his eyes. A demonic aura that caused one's heart to palpitate emanated from his body. TCH, you are just a demon. Do you think you are the invincible demon ancestor? The iron-blood Taoist said disdainfully. At this moment, he had already fused with the Phoenix Tribulation. This was a mystique that could fuse weapons into one's body. It was imparted to him by Gu Fei. This mystique was definitely a killing technique for those cultivators who possessed incomparably powerful divine weapons. It was the same for the iron-blood Taoist. When one with the weapon, one could unleash the weapon's power to the extreme. Of course, because of the iron-blood Taoist's cultivation realm, it was difficult for him to unleash the true power of the Phoenix Tribulation. However, it was enough to deal with this demon. At this moment, in the void, phoenixes spread their wings and dragons soared into the 9 heavens. 9 fire phoenixes and 9 demonic dragons engaged in an intense battle. Everywhere they passed, stars exploded. It was incomparably terrifying. Boom! The starry sky trembled as one of the demonic dragons exploded. It was destroyed by the mighty divine phoenix, true fire of a fire phoenix. The demonic patterns within it were directly obliterated by the divine phoenix, true fire. The demonic dragons were definitely not a match for it. One must know that the Phoenix Tribulation was in Supreme Emperor divine weapon, the demon bead of devastation. Although its name was incomparably domineering, it was only a sacred venerable level demonic weapon. The remaining demonic dragons were also no match for the fire phoenixes. Their bodies were destroyed by the divine phoenix true fire, turning back into demonic chi. The demonic chi was also burned into green smoke by the divine phoenix true fire, dissipating into the void. The 9 fire phoenixes soared into the sky and instantly gathered. The 9 phoenixes fused into one, transforming into a mighty divine phoenix that was even larger than a mountain. Then it pounced towards the red-haired demon. Boom! Boom! The divine phoenix flapped its wings and monstrous true fire descended from the sky, burning towards the red-haired demon. Within the flames, one could vaguely see the shadows of divine phoenixes. Preposterous! The red-haired demon's heart trembled. The 9 demonic dragons formed by the demon bead of devastation were destroyed by the fire phoenixes. The 9 demonic patterns were also obliterated, and 9 cracks immediately appeared on the demon bead. This incomparably powerful demonic weapon was now damaged. Although it was not destroyed, its power was greatly reduced. Facing the mighty divine phoenix, true fire that filled the sky, the red-haired demon could not help but change his expression. The power of a supreme emperor divine weapon was not to be underestimated. Roar! The red-haired demon roared to the sky. He was going all out. He had no choice but to do so. If he did not, he would die. An extremely powerful demonic power erupted from his body. In the next moment, the void around him collapsed, shattered, and was annihilated. A monstrous, demonic fire erupted from his body, sweeping out and enveloping the entire starry sky. The 2 fiery powers instantly collided. Amidst the endless flames, stars exploded one after another. The true fire of the phoenix illuminated the entire starry sky. The demonic fire that erupted from the red-haired demon was not black. Instead, it was blue. This demonic fire burned the void and was annihilating it. How dare you act in front of me? Die! The iron-blood Taoist was like a true phoenix descending into the world. He set off monstrous, true fire that burned the void. He directly pounced towards the red-haired demon in the midst of the demonic fire. The endless demonic fire disappeared. Under the mighty divine phoenix, true fire of the supreme emperor divine weapon, the demonic fire of the red-haired demon was nothing. Boom! With a loud sound, a figure fell from the starry sky. In the starry sky, all the experts who witnessed this scene were shocked to the extreme. This iron-blood Taoist was too ferocious. He actually defeated a Saint Emperor-level demon. Chapter 28-24. The iron-blood Taoist was incomparably powerful. He actually blasted the red-haired demon down from outer space. Rumble! The towering true flames of the divine phoenix burned the demonic flames in the sky. The iron-blood Taoist was like an invincible phoenix that had descended from the heavens as he chased after the demon. Die! The iron-blood Taoist extended his right hand, and 9 divine phoenix Tao patterns rushed out of his hand. They transformed into 9 divine chains that shot towards the red-haired demon that was falling from the sky. Everyone was stunned. No one had thought that the iron-blood Taoist would actually be able to defeat the red-haired demon. After all, the red-haired demon was a Saint Emperor, and a true demon at that. However, there were also people who could tell that this wasn't the iron-blood Taoist's battle prowess, but a manifestation of the Phoenix Tribulation's power. A few of the older antiques knew more or less about the Phoenix Tribulation's origins. The iron-blood Taoist had obtained the Undying Taoist's legacy. The Undying Taoist was a peerless expert that had attained the Tao of a divine phoenix. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. The 9 divine chains flew over like divine rainbows, instantly catching up to the falling demon. Explode! The red-haired demon roared as a ball of demonic light flew out of his body. Then, just as the 9 divine chains were about to wrap around his body, it exploded. A supreme destructive force erupted. The 9 divine chains were actually shattered by the vast demonic power, turning into streaks of fiery light that dissipated into the void. The 9 divine phoenix Taoist patterns were also dispersed. What? The iron-blood Taoist was extremely shocked. A terrifying destructive force swept up from below, sending him flying uncontrollably into the depths of the starry sky. The ball of demonic light instantly enveloped the entire sky. This was an incomparably terrifying destruction. The power of a saint venerate wreaked havoc mercilessly, as if a huge hole had suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some of the spectators couldn't dodge in time and were instantly devoured by the exploding demonic light, dying in both body and soul. Those who were caught up in the blast were all unlucky emperors. They were just too unlucky. One had to know that those who could watch the battle from outer space were all saints. Even if they died like this, they would still be unlucky emperors. What a ruthless demon! The expert from the primordial Zhao family was also affected, but the destructive devil light couldn't harm him at all, self-detonating a holy venerate-level demonic tool. In the depths of the starry sky, the iron-blood Taoist coughed out a mouthful of blood. This demon had actually self-destructed that so-called apocalyptic demon bead, a holy venerable-level demonic artifact. The explosion of such a powerful magic tool was naturally terrifying to the extreme. Rumble, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Pitch-black spatial cracks extended for millions of miles. At this time, the entire sky above the eastern domain was in chaos. The entire sky seemed to be collapsing, and an enormous black hole appeared in the starry sky. Billions of living beings in the eastern domain trembled as if doomsday had truly arrived. Even those powerful cultivators were dumbfounded when they witnessed the scene. Even when Gu Fei was battling that mysterious creature, there wasn't such a massive and terrifying commotion. The laws of heaven and earth in this part of the world were disturbed. Trying to escape? At this moment, a ball of demonic light appeared beneath the gigantic black hole. The robed demonic diagram appeared in the void. That big demon wanted to make use of the formation to escape. However, the iron-blood Taoist wasn't going to let this guy escape just like that. Phoenix soars the 9 heavens. Stars shift. The iron-blood Taoist roared out in rage. His entire body was glowing as though the heaven and earth had turned upside down. The void was distorting, and his figure disappeared from the void instantly, crossing the black hole before him. In the next moment, the iron-blood Taoist had already passed through the black hole. He tore through the void and appeared beside the demonic diagram in the sky. With a single punch, he sent the red-haired big demon, who had already stepped into the formation, flying out. The iron-blood Taoist slapped out with his palm, dispersing the demonic diagram. You! The red-haired big demon was both shocked and enraged. He hadn't expected that the other party would be able to kill his way to his side. How did he do it? You what? You want to escape? Have you asked me first? The iron-blood Taoist fused with the Phoenix calamity. His entire aura became extremely powerful. He activated the power of the Phoenix calamity and charged towards the red-haired big demon. This guy is dead for sure. There were many people standing on the city walls of Wancheng City. Gu Zhong was also there. Although he was injured, his injuries were mostly healed after a short period of recuperation. To a martial artist, especially a martial artist who had achieved success in cultivation, the self-recovery ability of the martial body was extremely monstrous. Even if they didn't purposely circulate their energy to heal themselves, their injured bodies would automatically recover. Gu Zhong was a martial Saint King. His martial body had already been cultivated to an almost indestructible level. At this moment, the heaven, earth, and human saints couldn't help but admire the iron-blood Taoist. He had challenged a Saint Emperor-level demon. Even with the help of the Phoenix calamity, such courage and guts were worthy of admiration. There was no suspense in what happened next. The red-haired big demon had lost the demon pearl of devastation and was even less of a match for the iron-blood Taoist. Very soon, the red-haired big demon's body exploded from the iron-blood Taoist's punch. He turned into a black, bloody mist and dissipated in the void. Within the bloody mist, a beam of demonic light shot into the sky. Within the demonic light was a demonic figure that was about to escape. Clang! With the sound of a sword, a beam of sword light shot into the sky from the iron-blood Taoist's hand. In an instant, it soared tens of thousands of meters and destroyed the figure in the demonic light. The expressions of the experts who were watching the battle from afar changed when they saw this. The beam of sword light from the iron-blood Taoist's hand dissipated and turned into a golden feather. It floated down from the sky and was caught by the iron-blood Taoist, the true feather of the divine phoenix. I didn't think he would have such a good item. The elder of the Dongfang family muttered to himself in the distance. Then he turned around and left. The true feather of the divine phoenix was naturally a feather from the divine phoenix. However, this feather was different. It was a divine feather from the head of a true phoenix. It contained the essence of a true phoenix and was extremely powerful. After the battle ended, the iron-blood Taoist returned to Wanxiang City. They only sent a heavenly emperor-level demon to force me to take action. They are underestimating me too much. In the main hall of the Wanxiang City's city lord residence, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He knew who was hostile towards him. He was waiting for those people to make a move. Only then would he have a justifiable reason to make a move. He couldn't go back on his words. Since he had promised Ghost Emperor Fengdu, he couldn't casually make a move. "My lord," the iron-blood Taoist came to greet Gu Fei. "You did well. Go and treat your injuries for now." Gu Fei took out a jade bottle and threw it to the iron-blood Taoist. Yes, the iron-blood Taoist caught the jade bottle and left. I want to see how long those guys can endure. Chapter 28-25. The death of the red-haired demon shocked all the experts who were watching the battle secretly. They did not expect the iron-blood Taoist to be so powerful. After this battle, all the experts could not help but look at the iron-blood Taoist in a different light. It would be difficult to force Gu Fei to make a move. After the battle between the iron-blood Taoist and the red-haired demon, the area around Wanxiang City calmed down. All the experts retreated, leaving only a few spies to continue monitoring Wanxiang City. Ridiculous. I can't even force Gu Fei to make a move. I wonder if that guy is injured. In the ancestral land of the Dongfang family, a dissatisfied voice was heard from a pavilion. In the ancestral land of the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity, there was a god sitting in a cave. This god was surrounded by golden light. Within the sword light, there were Tao runes that resonated with the great Tao of the heavens and earth. This was a peerless god. Old ancestor. At this moment, a white-haired youth appeared outside the cave. "Zhao Yunyang, what are you doing here?" An old voice was heard from within the cave. "Old ancestor, I want to go to the heaven realm to broaden my horizons. Please allow me." The white-haired youth bowed towards the cave and said, "You want to go to the heaven realm?" The peerless god in the cave said with some surprise, "Yes." The white-haired youth's tone was firm. "Very well, you can go now." The peerless god said, "Thank you, old ancestor." The white-haired youth was overjoyed. He then bid farewell to the peerless god and prepared to go to the heaven realm. It's good to go to the heaven realm, lest those old fellows think that the Zhao family has no one left. In the cave, the peerless god who was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat mumbled to himself. Zhao Yunyang was the most outstanding person in the Zhao family of the desolation. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, but he was already a saint emperor. He was just one step away from achieving the great sage Tao fruit. He was very clear why Zhao Yunfei wanted to go to the heaven realm. The Zhao family of the heaven realm was too much. They actually wanted to leave the Zhao family of the human realm. Zhao Yunyang headed to the heaven realm to reorganize the heaven realm's Zhao family and find the goddess. Zhao Zairu was the goddess of the Zhao family. Her potential was limitless. If they were to lose such a goddess, it would definitely be a huge loss to the primordial Zhao family. With Zhao Yunyang handling the matters of the heaven domain's Zhao clan, the peerless deity was more at ease. Although the primordial Zhao family was a cultivation family that had existed for countless years, the world of cultivation was a cruel one. Zhao Yunyang and the goddess of the Zhao family were the only rising stars of the younger generation of the Zhao family. However, in the eyes of the peerless true gods, the waters of the human world were much deeper than the heaven realm. The eastern region was not peaceful at all. Gu Fei's return was bound to set off a bloody storm in the eastern region. and the Zhao family of the ancients did not plan to get involved. After returning from Wansheng City, the ancestor of the Zhao clan ordered to recall all the clansmen of the Zhao clan from the antiquity of the ancients. He then sealed the mountain gate and forbade the clansmen from leaving. The primordial Zhao family wanted to preserve their strength. However, not everyone could see things as clearly as the ancestor of the Zhao family. There were people in the Dongfang family who were still dissatisfied and wanted to find Gu Fei for revenge. Just a few days after the Iron Blood Taoist killed the red-haired demon, someone saw the figure of a bald man from the Western Buddhist sect appearing near Wansheng City. Someone even saw the Dongfang family inviting an expert from the Western Buddhist sect away. The enmity between Gu Fei and the Western Buddhist sect wasn't a secret in the mortal dimension. All those years ago, when Gu Fei hadn't attained the Tao, he'd once almost overturned the spirit mountain of the Western Buddhist sect and caused a mighty uproar. The current Buddhist Lord Qinglian and the great elder of the Buddhist sect, great monk Fa Tian, still hated Gu Fei to the core. As for the little monk Fan Xiao, he was Gu Fei's nemesis. Just as the people from the Western Buddhist sect were appearing near Wansheng City, far away in the ancestral land of the extreme East Goblin tribe, on a divine mountain in the sky in a pavilion, a masked woman stretched out her hand and caught a fire signal talisman that fell from the sky. That little guy from back, then, has actually grown to such a level. The masked woman muttered to herself. On her shoulder, there was a fist-sized purple divine mink. This divine mink was extremely mystical because there was a third eye in the middle of its brows. This divine mink was the three-eyed divine mink. The three-eyed divine mink was a type of divine beast. Obviously, this three-eyed divine mink was the pet of the masked woman in purple. Raising a divine beast as a pet was too shocking. The ancestral land of the Eastern Goblin tribe was actually not in the eastern region of the soaring dragon ancestral star, but in another world. It was a region called the Eastern Goblin region. Looks like it's time to go out for a walk. The masked woman in purple muttered to herself. The world was going to be in chaos. Even if the Eastern Goblin tribe hid in the demon region, they would not be able to escape. The demon region had been sealed for so many years. It was time to open it up. The demon lord of the human world was Huang Long. The demon lord Huang Long was a peerless expert who stood at the peak of the human world. Now, even his daughter Yen Wushuang had successfully passed the saint realm heavenly tribulation and became a saint dragon. The demon tribe in the human world was related to the demon tribe in the heaven realm. According to the seniority of the dragon tribe, the demon Lord Huanglong of the human world was the descendant of the old turtle demon Lord of the heaven realm. The Eastern Goblin tribe was restless. In the southern wasteland, the 100 clans of the southern wasteland were also restless. Among the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland, there were many geniuses who successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became saint realm living beings. Few of Gu Fei's opponents were still alive, but Qinglong was undoubtedly one of them. Qinglong was a formidable opponent of Gu Fei in the past, but now he was left far behind by Gu Fei. When the news of Gu Fei's return reached the southern wasteland, Qinglong, who received the news, immediately came out of his seclusion and left the southern wasteland for the eastern region. Gu Fei, on a mountain peak deep in the southern wasteland, a petite figure stood on a boulder and looked towards the east. There was an indescribable look in her eyes. Do you still remember a girl called Zhong Limeng? The white-robed lady on the mountain peak muttered to herself. At this time, the southern wasteland was not peaceful either. Chaos had already appeared, which made some of the weaker forces feel uneasy. They were like a small boat on a raging sea that could be swept away at any time. The entire ancestral star of the soaring dragon was shrouded in an extremely depressing atmosphere. But at this time, everyone's attention was focused on the eastern region. Regardless of whether they knew Gu Fei or not, everyone was paying attention to him. After a period of peace, the Wansheng city became lively again. Many unfamiliar cultivators appeared in the city. and the figures of experts could be seen from time to time in the vicinity of the Wanxiang city. Come, let me get rid of all of you at once. Chapter 28-26. The news of Gu Fei's battle with the mysterious creature and being injured not only spread throughout the soaring dragon ancestral star, but also to the heaven realm and the old tortoise's ears. In the heaven realm, where the West Dark Sea was located, there was a floating divine palace. This was the palace of the demon, lord of the heaven realm. In the main hall of the divine palace, the old tortoise was sitting on a throne with his prized disciple, Shaoqing, standing beside him. Master, that mysterious creature can really injure my big brother. Shaoqing asked. At this time, there were many important figures of the heaven realm demon clan standing in the main hall. These people all pricked up their ears. They all knew that little Qing's big brother was an extraordinary fellow. He had experienced life and death together with the clan lord and had gone through trials and tribulations together. I wonder who's going to be the unlucky one. That guy is digging a pit for himself. Old Tortoise said. He had already used these tricks of Gu Fei's countless times. He was truly a scammer. However, who was this Gu Fei trying to scam? He was very curious. Master, you're saying that my big brother isn't injured and is only pretending to be weak to lure the enemy? Shaoqing said. He had also thought of this possibility. One should know that his big brother was not that easily injured. Moreover, there were not many people in this world who could injure him. Yeah, what do you think he's doing? I wonder if he's retrieved the mountain and river cauldron. The old tortoise said. He was still waiting for Gu Fei's mountain and river cauldron. That place could only be entered with the mountain and river cauldron. Otherwise, he would have to cultivate to the extreme path, supremacy realm. If he could cultivate to the extreme path, supremacy realm, why would he need to go to that place and take that thing away? Shaoqing, why don't you go down to the lower realm to take a look? The old tortoise said to Shaoqing. Masterly, can this disciple go down? Shaoqing was both surprised and happy. In fact, he had long wanted to return to the human world to take a look. Martial Granduncle, can I follow Martial Uncle Qing to the lower worlds? At this moment, a fair and chubby little fatty suddenly walked out from behind the throne. This little fatty looked exactly the same as Gu Zhong when he was young. This little fatty was Gu Zhong's son, Gu Xiaofeng. When Gu Fei and old tortoise joined forces to level the west underworld sea, Gu Xiaofeng was in seclusion. He did not see Gu Fei. Otherwise, he would have begged Gu Fei to bring him back to the human world. He had not seen his parents for a long time and missed them very much. At this time, little fatty Gu Xiaofeng had already cultivated to the sage-to-be realm and could trigger the sage heavenly tribulation at any time. If he successfully passed the sage heavenly tribulation, he would become a true sage. Tisk, with your level of cultivation, you dare to descend to the lower realms? Be careful not to get killed. When that happens, where am I supposed to find a grand disciple for that fellow, Gu Fei? Old Tortoise shook his head. Martial Granduncle, I am very powerful. Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Don't you agree? Gu Xiaofeng said arrogantly. His father was Gu Zhong, a martial sage king, and his martial granduncle was the old tortoise, the heaven realm demon lord. With his identity, it was natural that people would be afraid of him. No way. Old Tortoise shook his head and said, Martial Granduncle, just agree to it. The little fatty grabbed Old Tortoise's arm and shook it, acting coquettishly. This, when the higher-ups of the Heaven Realm Demon Clan saw this scene, their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. This was the clan leader of the Heaven Realm Demon Clan, who would dare to act coquettishly in front of him, but this little fatty dared to do so. Moreover, with Martial Uncle Qing around, no one can hurt me. The little fatty continued to look at Old Tortoise and said fervently, Sai, I'm afraid of you. If you want to go, just go. If anything happens, don't blame me for not warning you. Old Tortoise sighed and said, Sai, I can descend to the lower realms now." When little Fatty heard that, he was both surprised and delighted as he cheered. Then Shaoqing packed some things and brought Gu Xiaofeng to the ancient path to heaven. This time they did not go up but down. While Shaoqing was descending to the lower realms with the little Fatty, in a secluded place in the Yaotai ancient sacred ground, a white-robed lady suddenly opened her eyes, stood up and walked out of the secluded place. "He's injured," the white-robed lady in the Yaotai ancient sacred ground muttered to herself. If Gu Zhong was here, he would definitely recognize this lady. This lady was the saintess of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground. For the Yaotai ancient sacred ground, the saintess of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground must maintain a pure and flawless body. She could never marry anyone. Once she was married, the saintess would no longer be the saintess. Back then, Gu Zhong carried the saintess of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground back to Dark Shaman City. Not long after, Gu Xiaofeng was born. The saintess of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground was still young, like a virgin. She did not look like a mother at all. She wanted to go to the eastern region, but she was stopped by the elders of the sacred ground. What Gu Fei and his disciple didn't know was that many people were rushing towards Wanxiang City. And in the eastern region, when the iron-blood Taoist killed the red-haired great demon, angry demonic roars came from the eastern region, Devil Cave. A terrifying great demon was roaring. Another true demon had fallen. To the eastern region, Devil Cave, this was definitely a huge loss. A Saint Venerable level true demon was roaring in the depths of the Devil Cave. On a dark and windy night, the Devil Cave shook. A terrifying aura spread out. A great demon rode a demonic horse, holding a spear in his hand, and rushed out of the Devil Cave. Rumble, an extremely powerful demonic aura, spread out from the great demon and the horse. The entire world seemed to be unable to contain his demonic body, as if it was about to collapse. This was a peerless great demon. Gu Fei, on the demonic horse, the eyes of the great demon clad in demonic armor shone with a terrifying blood-red light. Then the great demon and the horse soared into the sky. The horse stepped on the demonic clouds and flew towards Wanxiang City. When they were still 1,000 miles away from Wanxiang City, the great demon riding the demonic horse directly smashed the demonic spear in his hand. The spear turned into a demonic light and rushed towards Wanxiang City. An extremely powerful demonic force radiated from the demonic light, causing all living beings in the surrounding regions of Wanxiang City to tremble. Buzz! The void around Wanxiang City let out a rumble. The divine light of the city barrier appeared, but the demonic spear directly broke through the divine light of the city barrier and fell towards Wanxiang City. Chapter 28-27. When the demon arrived, half of the world was shrouded in demonic qi. Although it was just a demon, it was able to defeat an army of thousands. The entire world was trembling because of this demon. Swoosh! The demon on the war horse immediately attacked. He smashed the demonic spear in his hand. Terrifying waves erupted from the demonic spear, shocking the heavens. However, a shocking scene appeared. The instant that the demonic spear was about to land on Wanxiang City, a huge chaotic hand appeared in the void. It grabbed the demonic spear and threw it back. Swoosh! The demonic spear flew across the sky and directly pierced through the great demon on the warhorse. Humph! The great demon sneered. He extended his hand and caught the demonic spear. Then he urged the warhorse under him and charged towards Wanxiang City. The warhorse galloped across the sky like a terrifying devil mountain, crushing down on the void. The void crumbled under the hooves of the warhorse, collapsing. Even the primordial qi was trampled out. The devil might was matchless. All the cultivators in the East region felt this supreme, demonic might. All the living beings were terrified. The Zhao clan of the Desolate Era left the cave residence in the ancestral land immediately. He took a step and appeared in the sky near Wanxiang City in the next moment. In the depths of the Dongfang clan's ancestral land, in the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's seclusion grounds, a man wearing a bronze mask opened his eyes. Behind the bronze mask, there were two incomparably sharp eyes. "This demon, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King," muttered to himself. His voice seemed to fuse with the great Tao, causing the great Tao of the heavens to resonate. The great demon seemed to have heard the words of the Eastern Sky Tyrant King. He paused for a moment and turned to look in the direction of the Dongfang clan's ancestral land. "Tyrant King," an old voice resounded. Inside the helmet of the great demon, two blood-red lights lit up. He seemed to be able to ignore the obstruction of the void and see the Eastern Sky Tyrant King, who was in seclusion. Two existences like the great demon and the Eastern Sky Tyrant King, the peerless figures of the same generation as Gu Fei in the Tunglong continent, were simply too weak. "Let's get rid of that little guy first. Then we'll have a gathering with you old friends." The demon retracted his gaze and muttered to himself. He continued to ride the war horse. He held the demon spear and charged towards Wanxiang City. Everywhere he passed, the space would collapse and everything would be destroyed. It was too powerful. The demonic aura emanating from this peerless demon would cause even sages to tremble, let alone the countless living beings in myriad Phenomenon City. Every living being in Wanxiang City was terrified to the extreme. It was a fear that originated from the depths of their souls. They could not control it at all. Buzz! Right at this moment, a rumble resounded from myriad Phenomenon City. After that, an ancient cauldron shot into the sky and hovered in the sky above myriad Phenomenon City. Primordial chaos energy surged on the cauldron, and a supreme force swept out from it and enveloped myriad Phenomenon City. This ancient cauldron, when the great demon saw the mountain and river cauldron, he was extremely shocked. He seemed to recognize this ancient cauldron. However, he still continued to charge forward. Boom! With a loud explosion, the great demon stabbed out with his spear, wanting to break through the space sealed by the mountain and river cauldron and enter myriad Phenomenon City. In the eyes of a great demon like him, the countless living beings in myriad Phenomenon City were just ants. If he killed them, so be it. He wouldn't care at all. Countless demonic runes shot out from the demon's spear in the great demon's hand. Terrifying demonic energy exploded, causing the sky to shake. It was extremely terrifying. However, the demon's spear in the great demon's hand was blocked by a layer of primordial chaos energy, unable to move an inch forward. The space outside the primal chaos energy exploded. This was a great destruction, as if a world-destroying demon lord was destroying the world. The saint-level creatures who saw this scene in the distance all trembled. This scene was just too terrifying and terrifying. This old demon, the desolate era Zhao clan's god, muttered to himself. Roar! The great demon roared in anger. Layers of demonic runes spread out from his body. The demon's spear shook, and the spearhead actually stabbed into the divine light formed by the primordial chaos energy. "Little fella, do you dare to come out and fight?" The great demon roared in anger. He attacked with all his might, but he still couldn't break through the space sealed by the mountain and river cauldron. Only the spearhead of the demon's spear managed to pierce through. Open! The great demon was furious. Thousands of demonic runes shone with boundless demonic light. At this moment, it was as if he had truly turned into a world-destroying demon lord, shattering the entire world. The earth was sinking, and the heavens were collapsing. Even some of the holy grade beings who were spectating the battle in the distance were blasted into clouds of blood mist by the surging demonic power, their bodies and souls destroyed. All the experts were shocked to the extreme and retreated even further away in fear. Only the desolate era Zhao clan's god was still standing in the sky. The powerful demonic energy couldn't hurt him at all. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. The great demon actually shook this ancient cauldron, causing it to show signs of being blown away. This shocked all the sages in Wanxiang City. In front of the Wanxiang city, Lord residents, Gu Zhong and the Iron Blood Taoist, looked towards the sky with a solemn expression. Swoosh! At this moment, a silhouette dashed out of the city Lord residence and stepped onto a teleportation formation platform in Wanxiang City. Buzz! The sky shook and the teleportation formation platform opened up a space tunnel, sending that person out. Trying to escape? At this moment, the great demon that was trying to blow the mountain and river cauldron away sensed something and soared into the sky. He broke through the void and chased after the figure that was escaping from Wanxiang City. The war horse that the great demon was riding on broke through the void and charged into the chaotic void. Even if that person escaped into the void, the great demon would still be able to chase after him. Such a technique was terrifying. Gu Fei escaped. Could he really be severely injured in the battle against the mysterious living being? At this moment, the Dongfang clan's elder, who had been hiding in the void and observing everything in Wanxiang City, was surprised and overjoyed. Although the great demon was powerful, if Gu Fei wasn't injured, he would definitely be able to fight against the great demon. But now Gu Fei escaped. Good. Very good. The Dongfang clan's elder laughed and turned to leave. Master! In the Wanxiang City, in front of the city lord's mansion, Gu Zhong couldn't help but frown when he saw the monstrous demonic qi enter the shattered space. This demonic qi was incredible. It was probably a supreme expert that had already taken that step. The great demon's cultivation and battle prowess had definitely surpassed the Saint Venerable realm and had taken that crucial step. This great demon was a formidable opponent for Gu Fei. Soon, the terrifying demonic aura that shrouded the entire eastern domain disappeared. Lord Gu Zhong, don't worry. No one in this world can truly injure Master, the Iron Blood Taoist said. He was very confident in Gu Fei. There are no absolutes in this world. This great demon is different from the rest. Gu Zhong was still very worried. One must know that if the other party was truly a peerless, quasi-supreme being, level demon, then even his own master would be in danger of perishing. At this moment, in the sky above Wanxiang City, the mountain and river cauldron was still there. Vast and mighty primordial chaos force protected the entire huge city. However, the ground around the huge city had collapsed. The entire Wanxiang City was like a lone island that stood on the ground. Rumble! In the chaotic void, the great demon rode on a war horse and chased after Gu Fei. Let's see where you can run to. The great demon stabbed forward with his demonic spear. A demonic light immediately shot out from the spear and broke the chaotic void. It shattered the spatial tunnel and cut off Gu Fei's escape route. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. He struck out with his palm and directly penetrated the chaotic void. Then he charged out. However, the moment he charged out of the chaotic void, he was dumbfounded. He found himself in a dusky world. A terrifying demonic aura surged out from the depths of this world. This was a land of death, a land of death. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. 1,000 feet away from Gu Fei, the void suddenly exploded. An endless amount of demonic aura rushed out from the shattered void. A terrifying demonic figure broke through the void. Riding on a war horse, he charged out. Little fella, die! The peerless fiendish devil roared. Countless devil runes revolved around him, causing the void around him to crumble. The entire void couldn't contain his supreme devil body. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar rang out from the depths of the land of death. The entire land of death shook along with this roar. What Gu Fei was shocked. He did not expect his luck to be so good. After coming out from the chaotic void, he actually came to such a land of death. As the roar rang out, an extremely powerful demonic aura exploded from the depths of the land of death. This is my territory. All of you scram. A furious roar rang out from the depths of the land of death. The heaven and earth trembled as a terrifying sound wave spread out. A series of ripples could be seen in the void. At this moment, the powerful existence in the depths of the land of death seemed to have sensed something. A series of sounds of metal chains clashing rang out as a gigantic figure appeared before Lin Fan. "So it's you, little fella. To think that you would dare to chase me all the way here." The gigantic figure that was like a mountain looked down at Gu Fei and said coldly. At this moment, the great demon had already come to a stop. He looked at the gigantic figure in the sky warily. Within his helmet, 2 blood-red lights were flashing. "It's you." Chapter 28:28. The mysterious creature appeared again. This time, it was Gu Fei who had accidentally barged into its nest. At this moment, Gu Fei smiled bitterly. This was truly a situation where there were wolves in front and tigers behind. The peerless, ominous demon at the back wasn't easy to deal with. But this mysterious life form didn't seem to be any weaker than that peerless, ominous demon. Roar! The figure in the sky above the ominous lands roared at the sky, causing the sky to tremble. Terrifying spatial cracks appeared high up in the sky. A single roar shook heaven and earth. This mysterious creature was definitely vicious enough, crazy enough, domineering enough. If I can slay your spiritual body, I can also slay your real body. Gu Fei's battle intent surged. He could feel the battle blood in his body gradually boiling. As a cultivator, he was also a warrior. A warrior had to comprehend his great Tao in battles of life and death. To a certain extent, compared to secluded cultivation, battles were more important to raise one's cultivation. In ancient times, there were many strong cultivators in the untainted land. At that time, the martial Tao had not been lost yet. Some strong cultivators would often break through their bottlenecks in battles of life and death, killing their opponents in one fell swoop. You are still wet behind the ears, yet you dare to be so arrogant. The mysterious creature that had transformed into a huge figure looked down at Gu Fei. A strong wave of energy rippled from the figure, causing the void to crack continuously. "This little fellow is mine. You can scram now." At this time, the great demon stopped in the sky on his warhorse. He held a demonic spear in his hand, and a pair of blood-red eyes shot out from his helmet, staring at the figure in the sky. "Do you know who you are talking to?" The mysterious creature said angrily. A strong divine sense swept across the sky and instantly locked onto the great demon. "Others might not know you, but I know you very well. You are not a good person either. The forbidden area of the heavenly market is very famous, but to me it is nothing." The great demon sneered. The forbidden area of the heavenly market. This guy is actually the mysterious creature of the forbidden area. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled by the great devil's words. The mysterious life form in the Forbidden Land was definitely a powerful existence. The Forbidden Land creature in the West Nether Sea in the Heaven Realm was a good example. He, the old turtle, and the extraterrestrial overlord Ming Qiong had worked together. They had even used 3 great extreme saint artifacts to kill the powerful Forbidden Land creature in the West Nether Sea and level the West Nether Sea. "You deserve to die." The mysterious creature from the Forbidden Region was enraged. Clanging sounds rang out as a huge iron chain shot out from the depths of the Forbidden Region, directly wrapping around the peerless, fiendish devil on the warhorse. "Humph!" The peerless, fiendish devil sneered. He raised the devil's spear in his hand and thrust it forward. "Kan Chong!" The devil's spear instantly pierced the entangling iron chain and shook it away. At the same time, the peerless, fiendish demon charged towards Gu Fei. The warhorse leapt high into the air, and its 2 front hooves fiercely stomped down on Gu Fei's head. Rumble. A large piece of the void under the horse's hooves collapsed and then collapsed. A powerful destructive force shrouded Gu Fei. This, Gu Fei's heart trembled. This peerless fiendish devil was indeed crazy. He actually attacked the Forbidden Land creature and himself at the same time. Roar! Gu Fei roared and punched upwards with his right fist. A ball of dazzling, chaotic divine light bloomed from his fist. In the dark sky, it was as if a chaotic divine sun had suddenly emerged. The strongest martial arts force exploded from Gu Fei's fist. He directly punched out the chaotic fist. The chaotic fist force shook the heavens and the earth, displaying the strongest power. Boom! The two forces collided in an instant, and the entire void instantly collapsed and was annihilated, no longer existing. Cracks in the space were like black lightning, wreaking havoc in all directions. A figure fell from the sky like a meteorite. Boom! With a loud sound, it hit the ground. A powerful shockwave spread out. An entire ground immediately undulated violently like a wave. This was the Forbidden Land. The void was extremely stable, but the ground was still collapsing, and dust rose into the sky. Gu Fei, the peerless fiendish demon, fell from the sky. However, the peerless fiendish demon was also sent flying by Gu Fei's chaotic fist. Demonic blood seeped out from the two front hooves of the warhorse. The warhorse that the peerless fiendish demon was riding was also very extraordinary. It was a demonic dragon horse. Its whole body was covered with a thick layer of black scales. Its pair of iron hooves could crush mountains and rivers. In the distant past, it carried the peerless fiendish demon to conquer the world, defeating all heroes in the world. The East Region Devil's den used to be extremely powerful, but it was sealed by a great figure with the 9 divine mountains for countless years. The peerless fiendish demon was sealed in the depths of the devil's den and fell into a long slumber together with his warhorse. After that, he woke up in the present and continued to conquer the world. This was a powerful and terrifying war devil that was extremely cold-blooded. He had fought countless battles in his life, but no one was able to kill him, allowing him to continue living. Such a fiendish demon was peerlessly powerful, and there were few who could fight against him in the world. He was definitely an existence that stood at the peak of the world. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled. The devil and the warhorse erupted with a supreme, ferocious might. Their bodies were shrouded in devilish flames as their killing intent soared into the sky. They were about to rush down from the sky. But at this moment, an iron chain pierced straight towards the peerless war devil. On the surface of the iron chain, there were mysterious runes surging. At the same time, another chain pierced out from the depths of the forbidden zone and sank deep into the ground, heading straight for Gu Fei. The mysterious life form in the Forbidden Land was also incomparably powerful. It also attacked the peerless war devil and Gu Fei at the same time. F***CK, do you all think this daddy here is easy to bully? On the ground, Gu Fei roared furiously. A supreme chaotic aura erupted from his body, causing the soil around him to crumble. It was a scene of great destruction. A chain directly pierced through the ground, piercing towards him. Clang! Gu Fei threw out a punch, his right fist directly colliding with the iron chain that was piercing through him, producing a metallic friction and a deafening sound. The iron chain was repelled by Gu Fei's fist, but he was also struck into the depths of the earth by an extremely powerful force. Kill! At this moment, the peerless war devil roared in rage as he galloped forward. The devil's spear in his hand smashed apart the iron chain that pierced out from the depths of the Forbidden Land, directly killing his way into the Forbidden Land. Roar! Chapter 28-29. The peerless war demon and the mysterious creature in the forbidden area of the Sky Market started fighting. Terrifying ripples spread out from the depths of the forbidden area, shaking everything. What's going on? Outside the forbidden area of the Sky Market, all the cultivators were startled by the powerful ripples that suddenly burst out from the depths of the forbidden area. Is someone fighting in the forbidden area? Someone said with a trembling voice. This was not impossible. It should be known that not long ago, the forbidden area of the heaven realm, the western underworld sea, was flattened by someone. There were also forbidden areas in the human world. In the depths of the sky market, there was a forbidden area of the heaven realm. To other creatures, it was impossible for them to come out alive after entering the forbidden area of the sky market. It was not a secret that there was a mysterious creature in the forbidden area of the sky market. With such a huge commotion coming from the forbidden area of the sky market, there was definitely a supreme being making a move. A terrifying aura spread out from the depths of the forbidden area, causing the creatures outside the forbidden area to be terrified. Because of the ancient road to heaven, the sky market had undergone earth-shattering changes. Especially the areas near the ancient road to heaven, they had already become the territories of various major forces. The superforces of the Tung-Long continent had established strongholds near the ancient road to heaven and sent experts to guard the strongholds. The commotion coming from the forbidden area of the sky market immediately alarmed all the experts of the sects and clans near the ancient road to heaven. What's going on? The people of the Dongfang family were bewildered because they had come into contact with the mysterious creature in the forbidden area before. It was a powerful creature, not any weaker than the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor of their family. Demon, it's a demon. Soon, some experts felt the terrifying demonic aura coming from the depths of the forbidden area of the sky market. What? It's actually a demon? Could it be that the great demon from the eastern region Devil Cave is attacking the forbidden area of the sky market? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. No one had thought that there would be such a result. There were actually experts from the demons fighting against the mysterious creature in the forbidden area. Soon, many experts gathered outside the forbidden area of the sky market. There were even experts from the heaven realm. They also wanted to know what was going on. What's going on? Why do I feel Big Brother's aura? Two people arrived outside the heavenly market's forbidden zone. One was a young battle general wearing battle armor, and the other was a fair and chubby little fatty who always had a smile on his face. Marshal Uncle Ching. Could it be that Patriarch is in the forbidden zone? The little fatty couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he heard the young general's words. These two people were Shaoqing and Gu Xiaofeng, who had just returned to the human realm from the heaven realm. They happened to be near the ancient road to heaven and were naturally attracted by the commotion in the forbidden area of the sky market. Under Old Turtle's personal guidance, Xiaoqing's cultivation was naturally not weak. He sensed the existence of 3 powerful auras in the heavenly market's forbidden zone. One of the weaker auras was actually very similar to his big brother's. How would I know? Xiaoqing said he knew how terrifying the forbidden zone was. For weak creatures, whoever entered would die. He didn't dare to enter rashly and could only watch from the outside. Rumble! An incomparably shocking sound came from the forbidden zone. Even the people outside the forbidden zone could feel the tremors under their feet. A powerful silhouette appeared in the sky outside the forbidden zone. It was a silhouette shrouded in dazzling golden light. It stood quietly in the void, but it gave people the feeling of a lofty mountain. I didn't expect that even the patriarch of the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity would come. An antique existence recognized the golden deity. It was the peerless deity from the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity. At the same time, figures of supreme experts appeared in other areas outside the forbidden zone. They were all patriarch-level existences from the great sects and clans. I didn't think that even such characters would be alarmed. Shaoqing was very surprised. One should know that these patriarch-level existences were definitely the strongest group of people in the human realm. Such existences would not appear so easily. These patriarch-level existences did not enter the forbidden zone and only watched from the outside. At this time, in the depths of the forbidden zone, Gu Fei broke through the layers of soil and rushed out from the depths of the earth. Kill! His battle intent was like a rainbow. He directly took a step forward and used the extreme speed of 8 steps. He actually crossed the endless void in an instant and directly killed his way into the depths of the forbidden zone. "Ha! Little fellow, you came to die. Very good." The creature from the forbidden zone laughed loudly. "You want to kill me? Be careful or I'll kill you." Gu Fei directly attacked the creature from the forbidden zone. He punched out with the primal chaos fist, smashing the void and instantly arriving in front of the creature. Boom! The creature from the forbidden zone punched out, colliding with Gu Fei's primal chaos fist. The two figures quickly separated, neither gaining the upper hand. The creature from the forbidden zone was somewhat surprised. The opponent's battle prowess seemed to have become even stronger. He could actually fight against it. This was truly somewhat unimaginable. Swish! Just as Gu Fei was being forced back by the mysterious creature, a demonic light directly pierced towards the back of his head. The peerless, ferocious demon galloped towards him. Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a black sword appeared in his hand. Without thinking, he turned around and swung his sword. Kang Chang! The black sword in his hand fiercely slashed at the incoming demonic spear, causing it to be jolted away. However, at this time, the demonic dragon horse under the peerless war devil ruthlessly charged towards him. Scram! Gu Fei roared angrily. The void seemed to explode with a sudden clap of thunder, shaking the surrounding void so much that cracks appeared like spider silk. He used all his strength to smash his left fist towards the head of the charging demonic dragon horse. Bang! A muffled sound of collision rang out. Gu Fei's left fist solidly smashed into the head of the demonic dragon horse. An extremely violent power exploded from his fist. The peerless war devil and his horse were forced back hundreds of feet. The peerless war devil was incomparably shocked. He found it hard to believe that this little fellow's battle prowess had actually increased to such a level that he could actually fight against him. Gu Fei was also forced back. After all, there was still a distance between him and the peerless war devil. However, he had grasped a secret art of the immortal Tao that could instantly increase his battle prowess. He had already cultivated the Heaven Ascension secret art to the point of perfection. As long as he willed it, he could instantly increase his battle prowess and then instantly fall back. In this way, he could overcome the fatal flaw of the Heaven Ascension secret art and no longer be limited by time. Come, let's have a good fight. Chapter 28:30. Gu Fei roared towards the sky. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. An extremely powerful aura erupted from his body as he attacked the two supreme experts. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook. Gu Fei executed the secret technique of the immortal Tao to the extreme. When he punched out, his strength would instantly soar to a level that was enough to contend against the supreme war demon and the mysterious life form. With his current cultivation and battle prowess, he didn't even know how much his battle prowess would soar if he executed the Heaven Ascension secret technique with all his might. Good timing. The supreme war demon rode on the demonic dragon horse. The demonic spear in its hand directly pierced towards Gu Fei as supreme demonic energy erupted. Boom! Gu Fei's fist instantly collided with the demonic spear. The two figures moved rapidly. The 4 hooves of the demonic dragon horse that the supreme war demon was riding stomped on the ground, causing the void to collapse and shatter. Even the chaotic chi was trampled out. It was incomparably terrifying. The cultivation of the demonic dragon horse that the supreme war demon was riding was not weak either. This demonic dragon horse definitely had the cultivation and battle prowess of a holy Venerable. At this time, the mysterious life form from the Forbidden Zone also joined the battle. 3 extremely powerful figures were fighting with all their might. This was a chaotic battle that caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Outside the Forbidden Zone, everyone was extremely shocked. It was simply unimaginable that someone actually dared to attack the Forbidden Zone of the human world. It's really big, brother. Xiaoqing was bewildered because he was very familiar with one of the 3 supreme auras that surged out from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. Is Grandmaster really inside? Little Fatty, who was beside Xiaoqing, was shocked and overjoyed when he heard this. Why is Big Brother here? And why is he fighting against those 2 supreme experts? Xiaoqing's expression turned solemn. This was not a good thing for Gu Fei. One should know that Gu Fei's cultivation had not increased to the level where he could contend against those existences. However, what puzzled Xiaoqing was how Gu Fei was able to fight against those existences with his holy venerate, cultivation, and battle prowess without falling into a disadvantageous position. A strong energy, fluctuation, spread out from the depths of the Forbidden Land. The entire Heavenly Ruins Forbidden Land shook intensely, and sinister cracks appeared on the ground. Even the Forbidden Area was in danger of sinking at this time. The area outside the Heavenly Market's Forbidden Zone was shaking as well. All the cultivators within the Heavenly Market could sense a supreme coercion coming from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. All the living beings were terrified. What is Gu Fei doing? On a divine island in the sky above the West Underworld Sea in the Heavenly Realm, Old Tortoise was sitting cross-legged in a palace on the divine island. He suddenly opened his eyes. He could sense Gu Fei's aura crossing over, which shocked him. Gu Fei was definitely fighting in the vicinity of the ancient road to heaven. Old Tortoise could not sit still anymore. He was not someone who could calm down in the first place. The matter at the West Underworld Sea had come to an end. He had successfully conquered the forbidden land of the heavenly realm and set up a checkpoint at the exit of the ancient road to heaven to collect fees for entering and exiting the heavenly realm. To enter the heavenly realm, one had to pay 10 divine crystals or 3 divine herbs. When the cultivators in the heavenly realm wanted to descend to the lower realm, they had to pay 10 divine crystals and 3 divine herbs. Many people were dissatisfied with Old Tortoise setting up a checkpoint at the exit of the ancient road to heaven, especially the great sects and clans in the heavenly realm. However, no one dared to say anything because the West Underworld Sea was jointly conquered by Old Tortoise and Gu Fei. Old Tortoise had contributed a lot, so it was normal for him to want some compensation. Moreover, 10 divine crystals and 3 divine herbs were nothing to the great sects and clans in the heavenly realm. Only the rogue cultivators felt that the price was too high. One should know that the cultivation resources of the rogue cultivators could not be compared to the disciples of the great sects and clans. 10 divine gems and 3 stalks of divine herbs were not a small amount of cultivation resources for those independent cultivators. Ordinary independent cultivators could not even take out 10 divine gems, let alone divine herbs. It's time to go to the human realm. Old Tortoise stood up and took a step forward. In an instant, he left the divine island and appeared in front of the ancient road to heaven. He directly stepped onto the ancient road to heaven. Many cultivators near the ancient road to heaven saw Old Tortoise stepping onto the ancient road to heaven. Some of them were very excited. Without Old Tortoise, the checkpoint on the ancient road to heaven was like an empty shell. Those powerful existences would not miss such an opportunity. Many people in the heavenly realm wanted to descend to the lower realm, but because of Old Tortoise's checkpoint, many of them were stopped. Old Tortoise's departure gave these people hope. However, even though Old Tortoise had left, there was still an expert from the monster race on the divine island. That expert was a super antique from the monster race in the heavenly realm. His seniority was even higher than Old Tortoise's. In the human realm, deep in the heavenly ruin, in the forbidden area, Gu Fei was fighting against the peerless war devil and the mysterious living being. Although he had the strongest martial body, he was still coughing up blood. Boom! Gu Fei and the mysterious living being exchanged a palm strike and was sent flying thousands of meters away. His entire arm felt numb. The mysterious living being was also pushed back by Gu Fei's palm strike. Gu Fei's combat strength was extremely strong. He could fight against these peerless living beings who had already taken that step. However, he was still using tricks. There was still a huge gap between him and the mysterious living being. Swoosh! The peerless war devil attacked again. Its demonic spear pierced through the void, aiming at Gu Fei's forehead. Clang! Gu Fei waved the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand, blocking the incoming demonic spear. Then, with the speed of 8 steps, he soared into the sky and stomped on the peerless war devil's head. Rumble! An extremely strong destructive force immediately surged down from his feet. The peerless war devil was very experienced. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched upwards. Bang! His fist collided with Gu Fei's right foot. Boom! With a loud sound, 2 extremely strong forces exploded in an instant. The void between the two suddenly collapsed. Gu Fei was sent flying by the peerless war devil's punch. As for the peerless war devil, he and his horse were trampled down from the sky by Gu Fei's foot and smashed into the ground. Roar! The peerless war devil roared. The ground cracked and collapsed. Amidst the endless dust, a figure riding a demonic dragon horse rushed out from the depths of the earth. However, just as the peerless war devil emerged from the ground, the mysterious living being attacked him again. The peerless war devil was once again smashed into the ground. Damn it! The peerless war devil roared. A horrifying ball of demonic fire rushed out from the depths of the earth. In an instant, it spread out and covered the sky. This was the true demonic fire. The mysterious living being could not dodge in time and was instantly engulfed by the demonic fire. The mysterious living being hid in the black fog. The space around him was flooded by the demonic fire, but this kind of terrifying demonic fire could not hurt him at all. To be more precise, the demonic fire could not burn the mysterious living being at all. The black fog around the mysterious living being was repelled. The peerless war devil and the mysterious living being began to fight. Just then, Xiao Chen rushed over again and joined the battle. The 3 powerful cultivators attacked each other. Sometimes it was the peerless war devil and the mysterious living being, and sometimes it was the mysterious living being and Gu Fei. Sometimes Xiao Chen and the mysterious living being teamed up to attack the peerless war devil. However, sometimes it was the mysterious living being and the peerless war devil who attacked Gu Fei together. Wherever the 3 powerful figures passed by, everything was destroyed. Nothing was left. Gu Fei fought crazily and displayed his extremely powerful combat abilities. The peerless war devil and its horse were both injured. Demonic blood dripped from the sky from time to time. The mysterious living being was in the same situation. 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. When Gu Fei and the peerless war devil attacked the mysterious living being together, the mysterious living being could not help but feel fearful against the attacks of 2 powerful cultivators and immediately retreated. Chapter 28:31. The mysterious creature was shrouded in divine light, and its real body was not visible. This shocked Gu Fei. This guy's cultivation method was very special. Could it be an expert from another world? Bang! Gu Fei clashed head-on with the mysterious creature again. The mysterious creature's divine light was slightly dispersed by his fist energy, and some purplish-green scales could be seen. The 2 figures quickly separated. Gu Fei turned around and charged at the peerless war demon. The 9th heaven stars, sword in his hand, released a resplendent sword light. Specks of starlight flickered on the body of the divine sword. Swoosh! He slashed with his sword. It was like a starry sky falling from the sky, rushing towards the war devil. Wherever the sword light passed, everything was crushed and destroyed. Clang! The war devil waved the demonic spear in his hand, blocking Gu Fei's sword. The sound of metal colliding and rubbing spread far and wide. 1 sword punishing the heavens. Gu Fei used the 9 swords of punishing the heavens. An extremely powerful wave of sword chi immediately spread from the 9th heaven star's sword in his hand. an immortal sword light rushed out from his hand. Yes, the war devil sensed the sword intent spreading from Gu Fei's body. He couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't dare to be careless and quickly used his strongest combat skill. The demonic spear in his hand turned into a ferocious and terrifying demonic dragon, rushing towards Gu Fei's sword light. Swoosh! The peerless sword light flashed and cut the demonic dragon formed by the peerless war devil's spear into two. The sword light's momentum did not diminish as it continued to slash towards the peerless war devil. What? The war devil was shocked. He leaped from the back of his horse and dodged the peerless sword light falling from the sky. However, the demonic dragon horse under him was not so lucky. The heaven-punishing sword flashed, and the demonic dragon horse's head fell off. Roar! The fiendish devil was infuriated. He raised his head to the sky and roared. Devil Chi surged as he attacked Gu Fei. His spear had already been cut in two by Gu Fei's sword. The heaven-punishing 9 swords was the invincible sword principle. Once the heaven-punishing sword light appeared, Gu Fei's disadvantage was immediately reversed. Rumble, a peerless fiendish demon punched out, causing the entire void to collapse. Chaos Chi was blasted out as a terrifying destructive force rushed towards Gu Fei. Shua! Gu Fei brandished the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand and unleashed a sword light of punishing heaven. It broke through the mighty power of destruction and rushed towards the peerless war demon. At this time, the demonic dragon horse had already recovered. Its head, which had been cut off by Gu Fei, was reattached to its neck. Although its demonic body could recover, it was still severely injured. The sword Dao laws contained within the heaven-punishing sword light had already injured this devil dragon horse. Roar! The demonic dragon horse roared towards the sky. A shadow of a demonic dragon appeared on its body, and a terrifying aura spread out from its body. The demonic dragon horse leaped into the sky and rushed towards Gu Fei. Its 2 hooves shattered the void, displaying its powerful combat strength. However, at this time, Gu Fei was in a mysterious state of sword Dao. In his eyes, there was only his opponent and nothing else. Gu Fei seemed to be possessed by the ancient heaven-punishing sword ancestor. He brandished the invincible sword will, and a sword light rushed out from his hand, chopping off the head of the demonic dragon horse. The peerless war demon wanted to stop it, but was forced back by the sharp, invincible sword light that Gu Fei had unleashed. This guy, the peerless war demon, was both shocked and angry. The aura emitted from his opponent made him feel uneasy. It was as if he was facing an extreme sword ancestor. Of course, Gu Fei was definitely not an invincible sword ancestor. What made the peerless war demon uneasy was the invincible sword will emitted from Gu Fei's body. Swoosh! The invincible sword light crisscrossed, and a sword mark appeared on the peerless war demon's body. His skin and flesh were torn apart, and demonic blood seeped out from the sword mark. At this time, the mysterious creature charged over. However, the current Gu Fei was like a hedgehog with spikes all over his body. Whoever touched him would be unlucky. The heaven-punishing sword light rushed out from Gu Fei's body and directly pierced through the mysterious creature. Its speed was so fast that even the mysterious creature was startled. Clang! The mysterious creature waved the 2 iron chains in its hands, trying to block the piercing sword light. However, the sword light directly severed the chains in the mysterious creature's hands and left a hideous sword mark on the creature's body. The invincible sword will activated the sword light and displayed its great power. The mysterious creature had no choice but to retreat. Damn it! The mysterious creature felt extremely depressed. His opponent was just a little brat, yet he was injured by such a little brat. This was a great humiliation. Gu Fei, however, ignored the creature's anger and continued to activate the invincible sword will. He attacked the war demon and the mysterious creature at the same time. At this moment, the chaotic battle between the three powerhouses had turned into a battle between the peerless war demon and the mysterious creature against Gu Fei. How is this possible? The more the war demon and the mysterious creature fought, the more shocked they became. They shockingly realized that Gu Fei seemed to be in an extremely mysterious state of invincibility. This state was very frightening. Right now, it was not Gu Fei using the sword will, but the sword will controlling him. The sword will of the 9 swords of punishment was the embodiment of the invincible way of the sword. The sword will was invincible. As long as Gu Fei remained in this state, no one could hurt him. Not even the war demon and the mysterious creature could. Gu Fei did not know that he was being controlled by the sword will. He continued to comprehend the sword will of the 9 swords of punishment. Such an invincible way of the sword would make everyone jealous. The demonic dragon horse also rushed over. After being struck by Gu Fei's sword twice, it was already heavily injured by Gu Fei. However, it was still incomparably ferocious, its 2 hooves constantly stomping on Gu Fei's head. Spurt! There was a flash of blood. A beam of sword light of punishment shot out from Gu Fei's body, piercing the dragon horse's forehead and killing its soul. All of this happened too quickly. The demonic dragon horse didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was killed and revealed its true form. It was a dragon horse that was even larger than a mountain. After being killed by Gu Fei, it revealed its original form. It was a creature with a dragon head and a horse body. The corpse of the dragon horse fell from the sky. With a bang, it smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Dust rose into the air. The war demon's war horse was dead. This made the war demon almost go crazy. It attacked Gu Fei with all its might. The dragon horse had followed the war demon for countless years. It accompanied him to conquer the world. To the war demon and the dragon horse, this was not an ordinary master and servant relationship. Buzz! The 9 heavenly stars soared in Gu Fei's hand hummed. As soon as the sword light of punishment appeared, the war demon was immediately forced back. It did not dare to face the invincible sword intent head-on. A few more slashes appeared on its body. The mysterious creature was unable to injure Gu Fei at all. Instead, it was injured by Gu Fei's invincible sword intent. Its body was covered in blood. How dare you? How are we supposed to fight? The mysterious creature directly retreated. It was very decisive. Its opponent was in a state of invincibility. It was impossible for it to defeat him. This state was very mysterious. No one knew how long Gu Fei's state would last. Once the mysterious life form retreated, the peerless war devil would be in trouble. The heaven-punishing sword light that rushed out of Gu Fei's body all rushed towards the peerless war devil. Swish! A sword light flew by, and a bloody wound immediately appeared on the war demon's body. Demonic blood seeped out of the wound and dripped into the soil on the ground, directly devilizing a large area. The war demon was unwilling to retreat and continued to fight with Gu Fei. At this time, no one knew what was happening in the Forbidden Zone of the Sky Market. However, the battle in the Forbidden Zone had alarmed everyone. From time to time, incomparably powerful figures could be seen in the periphery of the Forbidden Zone. What's going on? Why is Gu Fei here? The Dongfang family's elder was incomparably shocked when he received the news. He immediately rushed to the Forbidden Zone. It really is Gu Fei. He actually didn't die. The Dongfang family's elder found it hard to believe. He had never imagined that even the war demon would not be able to kill Gu Fei. In the entire eastern region of the mortal world, Gu Fei definitely had many enemies. However, his friends were even fewer. Some people who had enmity with Gu Fei naturally hoped that the creature in the Forbidden Zone would kill Gu Fei. However, those who were on good terms with Gu Fei were secretly worried for Gu Fei. "Big brother!" Outside the Forbidden Zone, Shaoqing almost couldn't help but rush into the Forbidden Zone. However, he didn't lose his rationality and really didn't enter the Forbidden Zone. Martial ancestor, The smile on Gu Xiaofeng's face also disappeared. Swish! Just as Shaoqing was worrying about Gu Fei, a figure descended from the sky and landed on a stone mountain outside the Forbidden Zone. It was a white-robed man, Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Someone recognized this white-robed man. This person was actually Ghost Emperor Fengdu, who had founded the path of ghost cultivation. At this time, Gu Fei's subordinates also entered the sky market. When they found out that Gu Fei was fighting the fiendish devil and the creature in the Forbidden Zone, they couldn't help but be surprised and happy. When Gu Zhong saw Gu Xiaofeng, his eyes became moist. His son had already grown so tall and big. Moreover, he looked exactly like him when he was young. "Father." Gu Xiaofeng hurriedly greeted Gu Zhong. "You. Very good." Gu Zhong looked at his son and didn't know what to say for a moment. "Father, where's my mother?" Gu Xiaofeng looked at Gu Zhong and asked very seriously. Ever since he went to the heavenly realm, he had never seen his mother again. He really wanted to know her current situation in the Yaotai ancient sacred ground. Chapter 2832. Gu Zhong and his son, Gu Xiaofeng, were finally reunited. However, Gu Xiaofeng's mother was not here, which made Gu Xiaofeng feel a little disappointed. After all, they had not seen each other for many years. However, Gu Xiaofeng's mother was the previous saintess of the Yaotai ancient sacred land. Even though she could no longer be the saintess after getting married, she was still an important figure in the sacred land. In fact, because of Gu Fei, the higher-ups of the Yaotai ancient sacred land did not make things difficult for Yaoji. Instead, they nurtured her with great care and intended to let her take on important tasks. The Yaotai ancient sacred land had their eyes on Gu Fei's forces. Gu Fei was too dazzling. Some people who did not think highly of him were now regretting to death. Just like the Dongfang family, they had long regretted offending such an existence, bearing a great calamity for the Dongfang family. At this time, the news of Gu Fei breaking into the sky market's Forbidden Zone spread everywhere. This fierce person was indeed fierce. Not long ago, he joined hands with the demon lord of the Heaven Realm to destroy the West Dark Ocean's Forbidden Zone. Could it be that he was going to attack the sky market's Forbidden Zone again? The news of Gu Fei and the old turtle joining hands to destroy the West Dark Ocean had already spread throughout the human realm. Even the local forces of the eastern region had experts crossing over and entered the sky market. Even Ghost Monarch Fengdu was alarmed and personally came to the Forbidden Zone. This little guy is really good at stirring things up. Ghost Monarch Fengdu stood high in the sky. With his cultivation, he could naturally see the depths of the Forbidden Zone and saw Gu Fei fighting against the war demon. Sky punishing sword ancestors' sword intent. Ghost Monarch Fengdu had lived for countless years, so his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. With one glance, he could see the origin of the killing sword art Gu Fei was using. Sky punishing sword ancestor was definitely a ruthless character. The sky punishing sword art he created had once destroyed a world with one slash. It was incomparably terrifying. The 9 heaven punishing swords was a killing sword art created by sky punishing sword ancestor, Buzz. At this time, a sword chime came from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. The 9 heaven stars sword in Gu Fei's hand emitted a bright sword light, forcing the war demon to retreat. He was still in that mysterious and invincible state. Ethereal enlightenment. Interesting. Ghost Emperor Fengdu sighed. He could see the state that Gu Fei was in. It was the mystic understanding realm, a state that was extremely difficult to enter during cultivation. He never thought that Gu Fei would be able to enter the state. This was too heaven-defying and abnormal. One should know that out of 100,000 cultivators, not even one would be able to enter the ethereal enlightenment realm. This kind of cultivation state was the upgraded version of Epiphany, which meant that it was even more heaven-defying than Epiphany. Through this state, Gu Fei could say that he had completely comprehended the invincible sword intent of the 9 heaven punishment swords. It was as if the sky-punishing sword grandmaster had personally imparted his Tao to Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei really seemed to have been possessed by the sky-punishing sword grandmaster and was displaying his invincible sword Tao. Even someone as powerful as the peerless war demon was in danger when facing Gu Fei at this time. More and more sword wounds appeared on his body, and he was covered in blood. The most terrifying thing was that the heaven-punishing sword chi had invaded his demonic body and was destroying his vitality. Damn it! The peerless war demon continued to roar. The demonic energy from his body shot up to the sky. He continuously performed the great technique of demons, wanting to kill Gu Fei. However, it was difficult to compete with his opponent's invincible sword Tao. At this time, the mysterious living being in the forbidden area had already retreated. I am not willing. The peerless war demon finally crushed a jade talisman. A demonic light instantly wrapped around him, and he immediately escaped into the void, disappearing without a trace. Gu Fei did not try to stop him. Instead, he sat down cross-legged in the void and began to cultivate. This was extremely shocking to the onlookers. The battle ended just like that. No one thought that this would be the result. Gu Fei had actually defeated 2 peerless characters, and he was still cultivating casually. In the eyes of others, this was definitely the rhythm of challenging the mysterious living being. Perhaps he didn't even put the mysterious living being in the forbidden area in his eyes. Only Ghost Emperor Fengdu knew that Gu Fei, who had entered the mystic understanding state, did not want to stop. He wanted to continue comprehending the profoundness of the heaven-punishing sword Tao. Such an opportunity was extremely rare. Countless cultivators, even if they cultivated for a lifetime, might not be able to enter such a state of cultivation. The old turtle's figure also appeared outside the forbidden area of the sky ruin. He had come down to see what was going on. When someone saw the old turtle, they couldn't help but be extremely nervous. One should know that this fellow was a ruthless character. He had previously joined hands with Gu Fei to level the forbidden area of the West Underworld Sea in the Heaven Realm. When some people saw the old turtle, they immediately retreated. The old turtle also had many enemies in the human realm. He and the little monk Fan Xiao of the West Earth Buddhism were arch-enemies. However, the Buddhists had their own troubles, and no Buddhist experts dared to cause trouble for the old turtle. The Buddhists of West Earth had the chaotic 7 Buddhists, as well as the Buddha devil of the Buddha land. The entire West Earth Buddhism had 8 great Buddhists. As a result, the Buddhists of West Earth could not expand their territory eastward. They could only eliminate the chaotic 7 Buddhists and the newly born Buddha devil without any worries. Master. When Shaoqing saw the arrival of the old turtle, he hurriedly walked over and bowed to the old turtle. The old turtle nodded and didn't say anything else. He looked at the place where Ghost Emperor Fengdu was, and Ghost Emperor Fengdu also happened to look at him. The old turtle only nodded at Ghost Emperor Fengdu and didn't say anything else. Ghost Emperor Fengdu also nodded. Boom! At this moment, a muffled sound came from the depths of the forbidden area. An incomparably huge beast claw appeared in the sky and grabbed down at Gu Fei below. The beast claw enveloped the entire space, emitting a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. This was the attack of the mysterious life form in the depths of the Forbidden Land. He wanted to disturb Gu Fei and cause him to fall into a state of cultivation deviation, courting death. The old turtle took a step forward and instantly appeared under the beast claw. With a flip of his right hand, an ancient seal immediately appeared in his hand. He directly activated the ancient seal in his hand. A powerful force immediately rushed out from the ancient seal and turned into a huge dragon. It soared into the sky and directly shattered the beast claw. A dragon roar seemed to resound in the void. The dragon circled in the sky and fiercely swooped down, entering the ancient seal in the old turtle's hand. Whoever dares to touch my brother, I will slaughter his entire clan." The old turtle's cold voice came from the depths of the forbidden area and clearly reached the ears of every cultivator. Then he actually directly killed his way into the depths of the forbidden area. Chapter 28:33. Roar. In the depths of the eastern region, Devil Cave, a roar of anger and unwillingness was heard. The entire Devil Cave trembled, causing the group of demons to howl in fear. Boundless demonic chi surged. On a formation platform in the depths of the Devil Cave, a demonic figure stood. This demonic figure was clad in demonic armor and was shrouded in demonic flames from head to toe. "War Devil, what the hell are you shouting for?" At this moment, a figure walked over from afar. "Scram!" roared the demonic figure standing on the platform. An extremely strong demonic might burst forth from his body. This demonic figure was the exceptional war demon that had just retreated from the forbidden zone of the heavenly ruin. "Humph, I'll scram just because you told me to. Do you think you're the demon ancestor?" It was a crimson-haired youth. He walked out of the rumbling demonic chi and stood opposite the supreme war devil. He sneered at the war devil on the formation platform. "Io, where's your war horse and your weapon?" "Kaka! Don't tell me you lost your war horse and weapon after being chased by someone?" The crimson-haired youth looked at the supreme war devil on the formation platform and sneered. He actually didn't put the supreme war devil in his eyes at all. "Emotion, you're courting death." With a roar, the peerless war demon leaped from the platform and pounced towards the crimson-haired young man. He grabbed the air with his right hand, and an endless amount of demonic light condensed into a demonic spear in his hand. Then he thrust it towards the crimson-haired young man. Although the crimson-haired youth had a very high status in the Devil Cave, the supreme war devil didn't fear him. "Humph!" The crimson-haired youth sneered and waved his hand. A demonic light immediately rushed out from his hand and collided with the demonic spear. Two supreme demonic energies exploded in an instant. The two figures quickly separated, and the vast demonic energy directly turned the formation platform into dust. Emotion was the young lord of the eastern region, Devil Cave. His cultivation was extremely strong. He had a few clones, but his true body was always in a deep sleep. One of young Master Devilsky's avatars had even fought with Gu Fei before. Young Master Devilsky had always been mysterious, and no one knew when he was traveling with his avatar and when his true body would descend. "What's wrong? Are you looking for someone to vent your anger on after being taught a lesson outside? Unfortunately, you found the wrong target." Young Lord Demonic Sky stared at the peerless war devil and said with disdain, "Roar." The peerless war devil roared and pounced towards young Master Devil Sky once again. "If you want to fight, let's fight. Who's afraid of who?" The young Lord of Evil Sky roared and made his move as well. A demonic dragon rushed out from his hand and charged towards the peerless war demon. Just as the two Devil Path experts were about to engage in a fierce battle, a figure suddenly appeared between them. The demonic figure separated his hands and blocked the attacks of the young Lord Demon Sky and the peerless war demon. "Enough!" The demonic figure that suddenly appeared swept a glance at the young Lord Demonic Sky and the peerless war devil before saying sternly, "Father!" When the young Lord Demonic Sky saw the figure of the demons that suddenly appeared, he couldn't help but be shocked and quickly bowed towards the figure. "Greetings, Demon Lord." The peerless war demon didn't dare to be negligent. One must know that the incoming demons was the demon lord of the eastern region demon lair. This caused his heart to tremble, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. "All of you scram." The demon lord of the eastern region demon lair said coldly. The figure of the demon lord gave off an illusory feeling, as if a gust of wind could blow his figure away. However, it was this demonic figure that easily blocked the attacks of the young Lord Demonic Sky and the peerless war demon. The young Lord Demonic Sky and the peerless war demon didn't dare to say anything and quickly retreated. They didn't dare to anger the demon lord. One must know that the demon lord was a demon ancestor. It wasn't a secret that the demon lord of the Eastern region demon, Lair, was a demon ancestor. However, this demon ancestor wasn't at his peak. This demon ancestor was still in a deep slumber, and this figure was merely one of his incarnations. After the young Lord Demonic Sky and the peerless war demon left, the demon lord's figure also disappeared into the void, just as the Eastern region demon lord appeared to stop the battle between the young Lord Demonic Sky and the peerless war demon. A great battle was taking place in the depths of the sky ruin. The life form of the Forbidden Region actually wanted to sneak an attack on Gu Fei while he was cultivating, trying to disturb Gu Fei's cultivation. This made the old tortoise furious. The old tortoise took a step forward and charged into the depths of the sky ruin's Forbidden Region, fighting against the incomparably powerful life form. "How dare you touch my brother? You guys are simply courting death." In the depths of the Forbidden Region, the old tortoise scolded and attacked. He hadn't even used the Tai Sovereign Seal yet, but he could already fight against the life form. "Humph." The life form sneered and didn't say anything. Instead, he attacked with all his might, wanting to kill the old tortoise. "Rumble." The life form stretched out his right hand, and a starry sky gushed out from his palm, enveloping the old tortoise. A powerful force sealed the entire void. "Insignificant tricks," the old tortoise said disdainfully. Then he also stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. A huge palm appeared between the heavens and the earth, directly slapping into the starry sky that enveloped it. The starry sky was instantly destroyed. The starry sky collapsed, and the old tortoise's palm collided with the life form's right hand, causing a muffled sound to erupt. Crack! Then the sound of bones breaking was heard. The life form from the Forbidden Region screamed and was sent flying. The life form from the mortal realm seems to be much weaker than the ones from the heavenly realm. The old tortoise felt strange, but he didn't think too much about it. He directly chased after the life form, wanting to kill it. A shocking killing intent spread from his body. Swish! The life form from the Forbidden Region rushed into a cave in the depths of the Forbidden Region. It was a cave that inhaled and exhaled chaotic chi. The sound of iron chains colliding was heard from inside. "Want to escape?" The old tortoise directly chased after it without fear and rushed into the cave. The moment the old tortoise rushed into the cave, a dazzling divine light burst out of the cave, and a terrifying destructive force exploded in an instant. The cave collapsed, burying the old tortoise inside. Roar! A muffled roar came from the collapsed cave. Then the entire ground began to shake. Boom! Soil splashed everywhere. A figure holding a large seal rushed out of the collapsed cave. Chapter 2834. Rumble! A shocking sound came from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. Rays of black light rushed out from the ground, breaking through the void and destroying the sky. Clanging sounds kept coming from the depths of the earth. An extremely terrifying aura burst out from the depths of the earth, as if a creature that had been sleeping for countless years was awakening. At this moment, the old tortoise rushed up to the sky and looked down. The ground was collapsing, and an extremely ferocious aura surged out from the cracks. He could not help but be moved. When the chaotic cave suddenly collapsed, he used the Tai Huang seal to protect himself and escaped the disaster. What's going on? Is there a big guy hiding under the Forbidden Zone? The old tortoise was shocked. At this time, Gu Fei was still sitting cross-legged in the void. He still had not woken up from the mystic enlightenment state. One should know that it was the invincible sword intent of the heaven punishing 9 swords. It was not something that could be comprehended in a short time. Since ancient times, the ethereal enlightenment realm had always been a legendary cultivation state. This state was mysterious and unfathomable, hard to describe. Only super antiques like Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the old tortoise knew of such a cultivation state. Even Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the old tortoise had never entered such a state of cultivation. It was definitely a coincidence that Gu Fei could enter such a state of cultivation. It was something that could only be encountered and not sought. To Gu Fei, it was definitely a great thing. The mystic enlightenment state was even more heaven-defying than enlightenment. It was like the sky-punishing sword ancestor was personally passing on the technique. A sword aura fluctuation that made the heaven and earth lose their color appeared on Gu Fei's body. This shocked the people outside the Forbidden Zone. Wasn't Gu Fei a martial artist? Why did he cultivate the sword path? In fact, there was the sword path in the martial path. To be precise, the sword path was only a branch of the martial path. There were 3,000 great paths, and all of them could be achieved. The sky-punishing sword ancestor was an existence that had cultivated the sword path to the extreme since ancient times. Even a demon ancestor of the same level would have to retreat when he slashed with his sword. At that moment, something happened in the depths of the Forbidden Zone. An iron chain rushed out from the depths of the earth and pierced through the old tortoise in the sky. At the same time, another chain broke through the ground, piercing towards Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void in the distance. The powerful being deep underground was attacking Old Tortoise and Gu Fei at the same time. The mysterious being knew that Gu Fei was in a strange state and did not want to see Gu Fei become stronger. Preposterous! The Old Tortoise was infuriated by this scene. However, he had lost the initiative and couldn't stop the chain from piercing through Gu Fei's body. However, he still made his move. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the chain that was piercing towards Gu Fei. At the same time, the Tai Sovereign Seal in his hand flew up and directly smashed into the chain that was piercing towards him. Clang! The chain that was struck by the Grand Sovereign Seal immediately shattered inch by inch, and countless pieces of scrap metal fell from the sky. Meanwhile, the chain that was piercing towards Gu Fei was about to pierce into Gu Fei's body. However, the chain broke into countless pieces when it was about to pierce Gu Fei's body. A powerful sword ripple spread out from Gu Fei's body, shattering the chains that had pierced through him. They were unable to harm him at all. Die! The old tortoise was enraged, truly enraged. He immediately took out the Tai Huang seal. An ancient seal came crashing down from the sky, and a terrifying force came crashing down, causing the ground to collapse. Roar! An angry roar came from the depths of the earth. A huge beast's claw rushed out from the ground and slapped towards the Tai Sovereign Seal that was coming down from the sky. Humph! Seeing this scene, the old tortoise sneered. This guy is really reckless. How dare he fight against my Tai Sovereign Seal head-on? The Tai Sovereign Seal released an extremely strong aura that destroyed the entire world. If it was not for the old tortoise's careful control, this attack would have destroyed the entire forbidden area of the heavenly ruin. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge beast's claw that came out from the ground collided with the Tai Sovereign Seal. An extremely strong force suddenly erupted. Blood appeared, and the beast's claw that had slapped the Tai Sovereign Seal was broken into pieces, turning into a mist of blood. An angry roar came from the depths of the earth. The ground suddenly shook violently like waves, and the beast's claw retracted into the earth. Bang! The Tai Sovereign Seal directly pressed down. The old turtle could vaguely see a giant beast struggling in the depths of the earth, trying to escape. However, the Tai Sovereign Seal had sealed the void of this part of the world. The giant beast couldn't escape at all. There was no suspense. After all, the Tai Sovereign Seal was an extremely strong demon weapon. In the old tortoise's hands, this demon weapon could unleash its greatest power. In the end, the huge beast in the depths of the earth was killed by the Tai Sovereign Seal. Its body and soul were both destroyed. An extremely strong creature from the forbidden area of the heavenly ruin was killed by the old tortoise's Tai Sovereign Seal, just like that. The mysterious creature was unlucky to have gone to cause trouble for Gu Fei. In fact, the mysterious creature that had fought with Gu Fei was only a spiritual body. The huge beast in the depths of the earth was the mysterious creature's real body. The mysterious creature's real body was trapped in the depths of the earth. It wanted to break the shackles on its body with the help of the old tortoise's tie, sovereign seal, and escape. Unfortunately, the mysterious creature never expected the old tortoise to be so fierce. It severely underestimated the power of the tie sovereign seal, so the mysterious creature met a tragic end. After the old tortoise killed the mysterious creature, he stood to the side to protect Gu Fei. Outside the forbidden area, the experts who were watching the battle were all dumbfounded when they saw the old tortoise kill the mysterious creature. They could not believe it. However, some experts also felt that the mysterious creature in the heavenly market was not particularly strong. The fact that a forbidden area of the human world had been destroyed just like that was unbelievable to many people. What an undeserved reputation! At this moment, the Dongfang clan's elder was filled with regret. He had even used a quasi-paragon saint artifact as a price to get the mysterious being to act. It was the human emperor's seal, which was now in the old tortoise's hands. It was his spoil of war. Many people left after the battle ended. When the news spread, the entire cultivation world of the human world was in an uproar. Everyone could not believe it. When the news reached the heaven realm, all the forces were shocked. At this time, Gu Fei was still in the state of the mystic enlightenment. He had entered a deep state of comprehension. It was impossible for him to exit that state in a short time. Gu Zhong and the others entered the forbidden area, but they did not dare to get too close to Gu Fei. With the old tortoise protecting Gu Fei, no one dared to touch Gu Fei. Ghost Emperor Fengdu also said that he would kill anyone who dared to disturb Gu Fei. Chapter 28:35. Old Turtle and Gu Fei leveled another forbidden area. This kind of achievement was simply unprecedented. They had done something that no one had ever done before. The existence of the forbidden area could be traced back to the most distant era. Moreover, since the day the forbidden area appeared, it had always existed. Even in the darkest era, no one could level the forbidden area. Someone sensitively sensed that a variable had appeared in this life. Otherwise, how could the forbidden area that had existed for countless years be leveled? This life might be different from any previous life. However, no one knew what the variable in this life was. However, all the cultivators in the cultivation world of the Tonglong continent knew one thing. That was, Ghost Emperor Fengdu seemed to favor Gu Fei. This was definitely not a good thing for those who had enmity with Gu Fei. Before Ghost Emperor Fengdu left the heavenly market, he said something that shocked all the forces. Whoever dared to interfere with Gu Fei, he would kill them. This was what Ghost Emperor Fengdu said. No one dared to ignore his words. He seemed to have never valued a rising star so much. Venerable, in the ghost palace of Fengdu, on a palace floating high in the sky, a gray-clothed man sat on a throne in the main hall and muttered to himself. Under his messy hair, 2 bright eyes could be seen. This mysterious man with fluffy hair and ragged clothes was the supreme existence that even Ghost Emperor Fengdu had to serve carefully. I hope this little guy won't disappoint me. The mysterious man's eyes dimmed. Then he stopped talking as if he had fallen asleep. Soon, a loud snoring sound came from the main hall. Yes, Gu Fei has also come to the mortal world. Tonglong continent, southern wasteland. Deep in the 100,000 mountain range, a golden-haired young man sat on a mountain peak. Suddenly, he looked to the east, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. The news that Gu Fei and Old Turtle had leveled the forbidden area of the heavenly market spread to the western Buddhist land. All the higher-ups of the Buddhist sects felt great pressure. This was really a matter of internal and external troubles. It was conceivable that the days of the Western Buddhist sect would become more and more difficult. If only the incarnation of Lord Buddha was still here, In the depths of the Western Buddhist land, at the peak of the Spirit Mountain, an old Baldy muttered to himself. He sat cross-legged on a large rock, and he wore a dirty kasaya. This old Baldy was Heavenly Monk Fa Tian. The dirty kasaya he was wearing had a great history. It was a kasaya worn by Lord Buddha in the past, and it had a great power to subdue demons. But now this kasaya was being worn by Heavenly Monk Dharma. Back then, in the Heavenly Market, when the Heavenly Path platform appeared, it accidentally opened a passageway between the human realm and the heavenly realm. After a huge battle, the Lord Buddha's incarnation entered the heavenly realm and disappeared without a trace. If the incarnation of the ancient Buddhist Lord was still around, how could the Buddhist devils have the chance to wreak havoc in the Buddhist land? The ancient Chaos 7 Buddha devils and the Buddha devil that had escaped from the Buddha land formed a powerful force. It was a force that could almost contend against West Earth's Spirit Mountain. The 8 great Buddha devils were eyeing West Earth's Buddhist Holy Land covetously. They could attack Spirit Mountain at any time and occupy this immortal sacred mountain. West Earth's Buddhist Holy Land was in big trouble, so they naturally wouldn't find trouble with Gu Fei. However, that little monk Fan Xiao had always been sinister and cunning. He wouldn't act according to common sense. So Gu Fei had to be careful and didn't dare to let his guard down. At this time, Gu Fei was still sitting cross-legged in the void. The forbidden area of the heavenly market was silent. No one spoke, but everyone could clearly hear each other's breathing. The old turtle was guarding him from the side. Even Gu Zhong and the others couldn't get close to him. Master, Big Brother, Gu Zhong and Shaoqing were very worried. It should be known that this place wasn't a good place, but they didn't dare to disturb Gu Fei's cultivation. Another few hours passed before Gu Fei's body suddenly moved. In the next moment, the extremely sharp sword intent that had been radiating from his body quickly retracted, completely submerging into his body. This, the old turtle who had been guarding at the side, couldn't help but be shocked. He never thought that Gu Fei would withdraw from the cultivation state of the mystic enlightenment realm so quickly. One sword to punish the heavens. Gu Fei opened his eyes and waved his right hand. A dazzling sword light immediately soared into the starry sky and slashed into the depths of the starry sky. In an instant, a star was split in half. Good. The old turtle clapped his hands and walked over. You came at the right time. Fight with me first. As Gu Fei spoke, he stood up in the void. As he stood up, a shocking sword chi immediately rushed out from his body. Swoosh! Gu Fei didn't think much and directly slashed his right hand at the old turtle. His right hand seemed to have turned into a divine weapon that split the void in half. Okay, then I'll practice with you. The old turtle's fighting spirit was provoked by Gu Fei. He stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed Gu Fei's slashing right hand. Then, with a pull, Gu Fei's entire body flew up and smashed into the ground. Good heavens! While Gu Fei was shocked, he had already smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. Dust flew everywhere as his entire body sank into the soil. Buzz! A sword chime was heard, and a sword light soared into the sky from the big pit. It arrived high in the sky and stood opposite the old turtle. Master! Gu Zhong couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene from afar. However, he didn't go over because the two experts were in the middle of a fight. If he wasn't careful, he might be affected. Why are those two fighting? Many people outside the forbidden area of the sky market were shocked and puzzled. No one knew why the old turtle and Gu Fei were fighting, but for some people, they were happy to see this scene. Be careful, I'm going to get serious. Gu Fei looked at the old turtle and said, Come on. The old turtle shrugged and said indifferently, Buzz. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He separated his hands, and two golden sword shadows suddenly appeared in the void, emitting an extremely powerful sword chi. Go! Gu Fei growled and waved his hands. The two golden sword shadows immediately rushed out and strangled the old turtle, which made the old turtle's heart tremble. Old Tortoise stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. A tortoise shell immediately appeared in the void. The two strands of sword light slashed at the tortoise shell, but were blocked by the tortoise shell. Chapter 28:36. Although Gu Fei was only sparring with the old tortoise in the forbidden area of the heavenly market and was not really fighting, the mighty power was still shocking. Rumble! The void shook, which made the forbidden area of the heavenly market, which was already almost destroyed, even worse. Some places directly sank, and a large area collapsed, causing dust to rise high into the sky. Buzz! At that moment, Gu Fei's body was surrounded by sword light as if there were countless heavenly swords hovering and dancing around him. He displayed the profound meaning of the sky-punishing swordsmanship to the fullest. Swoosh! As Gu Fei waved his hand, a dazzling golden light immediately rushed out from his hand. It directly broke through the void and instantly slashed in front of the old tortoise. Ouch! The old tortoise cried out in surprise and quickly dodged. However, the sword light was extremely fast and actually slashed past his body. A strand of his hair floated down from the sky. "Brat, are you trying to kill me?" The old tortoise scolded. Gu Fei's previous attack really shocked him. After all, even the old tortoise would be injured if he was struck by the sword light triggered by the supreme swordsmanship. "Ha! If I can even injure you, then you, big tortoise, deserve to be unlucky." Gu Fei laughed and continued to attack. This time, countless sword lights interweaved and formed a large net that enveloped the old tortoise. Sigh, I have to be more serious. The old tortoise's body trembled as he spoke. A ball of divine light immediately surged from his body, and a huge tortoise shell appeared on his body. Clang! The interweaved sword light that formed a net fell on the old tortoise's tortoise shell. However, the sword light was shaken off by the shell and shattered in the void. "Brat, have a taste of my tortoise shell." The old tortoise shouted and extended his hand. The huge tortoise shell that emerged from his body immediately appeared in his hand. He then swung the tortoise shell in his hand and smashed it at Gu Fei. The tortoise shell was so hard that even the heaven-punishing sword light couldn't leave any marks on it. Gu Fei was speechless. This tortoise shell was the old turtle's protective treasure. Back then, the old turtle was trapped in the isolation formation and was worn down by the power of the isolation formation for countless years. It was because of this tortoise shell that the old turtle did not perish. Boom! Gu Fei clenched his right hand, and boundless sword light instantly converged on his right fist. After that, he punched out and smashed it directly against the turtle shell. The powerful impact shook the tortoise shell, and the powerful sword light condensed on Gu Fei's right fist instantly exploded, and the tortoise shell made a clanging sound. Ancient runes appeared on the tortoise shell, dispersing the power of Gu Fei's punch. What a hard turtle shell! Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. This tortoise shell was many times more powerful than when he met the old turtle. It seemed that this was the true power of the tortoise shell. The two figures quickly separated, and then they fought again. All kinds of great techniques and thousands of Tao laws surged from the bodies of the two great experts, causing everyone to feel dizzy. This was not a real fight, but a kind of verification. Gu Fei was using the old turtle to verify his own knowledge, and the old turtle was doing the same. This, Gu Zhong and the others couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't really understand what the two cultivators were displaying. He felt as if there was a thin veil in front of him. He seemed to see something, but he couldn't see anything clearly. This feeling made him crazy. However, Gu Zhong was very clear that as long as he tore this veil in front of him, his cultivation would rise to a new level and realm. The other spectators also felt the same, especially the saints like the Iron Blood, Taoist, and Shaoqing. Those who hadn't become saints found it difficult to comprehend anything. The battle between Gu Fei and the old turtle caused heaven and earth to boil and the void to explode. an extremely terrifying aura spread out, not only enveloping the entire forbidden area of the heavenly market, but even the entire heavenly market was enveloped by the aura of the two great experts. Countless cultivators had gathered at the ancient road to heaven in the sky market. At this time, everyone was looking at the forbidden area in fear. This Gu Fei is getting stronger and stronger. Someone said something like that. At this time, the people of the Dongfang clan were extremely depressed, especially the clan elder. If they could start over, they definitely wouldn't have provoked this killer. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Moreover, in the eyes of the upper echelons of the Dongfang clan, Gu Fei was just an ant that they could crush with one finger. No one would have thought that Gu Fei would be able to grow so smoothly and reach such a level. The battle between Gu Fei and the old turtle lasted for a day and a night. Both of them didn't hold anything back and unleashed everything they had learned, felt, and comprehended. As they verified each other, Gu Fei gained great benefits. He knew what he was still lacking and where he was still lacking. He continued to perfect his great path during the battle. Every life in the world was unique. There was no second Gu Fei in the world, and the great path comprehended by every powerful creature was also unique. Gu Fei's great path only belonged to Gu Fei. It was unique and didn't belong to anyone. Whether it was the martial path or the sword path, it was just a way for him to find his true self. The great path was only him. This kind of comprehension was very mysterious and indescribable. Only by comprehending could one understand the profoundness within. One had to know that there were as many cultivators as there were hairs on an ox, but those who truly comprehended were few and far between. Gu Fei comprehended it, so he wanted to take that step. However, he only wanted to take that step and didn't actually take it. He already had a direction. It was as if a guiding light suddenly appeared in front of him in endless darkness. The sun rose from the east, and the fiendish aura that shrouded the sky above the heavenly market's forbidden zone completely dissipated. The entire region was no longer dark, and sunlight shone into the forbidden zone. Due to the existence of that mysterious creature, the entire heavenly market's forbidden zone had not seen sunlight for many years. Now, the forbidden zone had become a thing of the past. However, the creature in this forbidden zone was really too weak. Some people went to look up the ancient records and actually found some clues. This forbidden zone might just be a cage. Of course, this was only a guess. Gu Fei and the old turtle brought everyone back to Wanxiang City. Then Gu Fei and the old turtle temporarily went into seclusion to digest what they had comprehended during the battle. Chapter 2837. The battle in the forbidden area of the sky market had ended. The outcome of the battle was unexpected. No one had expected such an outcome. The forbidden area of the human realm had been destroyed just like that. The strength of the living beings in the forbidden area seemed to have been exaggerated. The mysterious living beings in the depths of the forbidden area were not killed by Gu Fei, but by the old tortoise. He had even obtained a quasi-paragon sacred tool, the human emperor's seal. Gu Fei and the old tortoise fought a great battle before returning to Wanxiang City to train in seclusion. However, at that moment, someone came to the city, Lord's mansion of Wanxiang City, to pay a visit to Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei happened to be in seclusion. Azure Dragon, it's you. Shaoqing recognized the young man who came to pay a visit to Gu Fei. This person was the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon tribe who was defeated by Gu Fei. Azure Dragon was a name, but it was also a form of glory. That was because only the strongest expert of the current Azure Dragon tribe was qualified to be called Azure Dragon. Shaoqing had naturally seen Azure Dragon before. Get Gu Fei to come out and see me. Azure Dragon was very domineering. Although his clothes were tattered, he carried a huge halberd and blocked the entrance of the city, Lord's mansion of Wanxiang City, not allowing anyone from the city, Lord's mansion, to enter. Haha, you were defeated by my big brother, yet you still dare to challenge my big brother? You're simply courting death." Little Qing laughed as he looked at Azure Dragon with a hint of disdain. Although Azure Dragon was powerful, it was a pity that he was born in the same era as Gu Fei, so he was destined to have a tragic ending. In Xiaoqing's opinion, Azure Dragon was not a match for his big brother. At that moment, the Iron Blood Taoist, the three saints of heaven, earth and human, as well as Gu Zhong, who was guarding outside Gu Fei's seclusion, were alarmed. Azure Dragon. When Gu Zhong saw Azure Dragon, he was shocked. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Azure Dragon would actually dare to come here. Was he courting death? Gu Zhong naturally knew why Azure Dragon was here, but he did not think highly of Azure Dragon. Gu Zhong. When Azure Dragon saw Gu Fei, he couldn't help being startled. It seemed like Gu Fei really was here. He didn't find the wrong place. Thinking about that, he couldn't help feeling excited. "You'd better leave. You're no match for my master." Gu Zhong frowned. "Humph." Azure Dragon sneered. He fiercely raised his head and stared at Gu Zhong. Then he said, "Do you dare to come out and fight?" Since Gu Fei was in closed-door training, he would first use his disciple to practice. Then, when Gu Fei came out of closed-door training, he would fight with Gu Fei. His target was Gu Fei. Why not? Gu Zhong looked at Azure Dragon and said coldly, "All right, follow me if you have the guts." As Azure Dragon spoke, he carried his halberd and soared into the sky, charging towards a mountain ridge outside of Wanxiang City. Shua! Gu Zhong took a step forward and executed the 8 steps extreme speed technique, instantly catching up to Qinglong. The two of them landed on 2 mountain peaks. Rumble! 2 supreme auras of the divine path burst from the 2 of them. The entire world shook and the space around them became unstable. At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist, Xiaoqing, and the others chased after them. They stopped high in the sky and looked at the 2 experts who were confronting each other in shock. This Azure Dragon. Only then did Xiaoqing sense Azure Dragon's true cultivation. This guy was actually a great saint and a peak great saint. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to the holy Venerable realm. Gu Zhong was only a great tier sage king. There was a difference of 2 realms between him and Azure Dragon. How could he fight against him? After all, if a cultivator's cultivation base was too far apart, it was a boundary that could not be crossed no matter what. Even a heaven-defying existence would not be able to defeat a being whose cultivation base was 2 great realms higher than theirs. I will suppress my cultivation to the peak tier sage king realm and fight with you. Azure Dragon was extremely confident. He actually suppressed his own body, causing his cultivation to fall to the peak tier sage king realm. He was not willing to suppress Gu Zhong with the power of a great saint. "You're courting death." Gu Zhong stared at Azure Dragon on the opposite mountain and said coldly, "Whether I'm courting death or not, you'll know very soon." As Azure Dragon spoke, he pushed his feet off the ground and his entire body suddenly turned into a beam of divine light that soared into the sky. With a roar, he waved the big halberd in his hand and fiercely slashed at Gu Zhong, who was on the opposite mountain. Gu Zhong directly threw out the golden element fist. An extremely powerful fist force erupted from his fist. Bang! His fist directly smashed on the big halberd that was slashing down. Roar! Gu Zhong exerted his strength and actually shook off the big halberd that was slashing down. Then he directly punched at Azure Dragon's chest and abdomen. Close combat was originally the advantage of a warrior. Kill! Qinglong neither dodged nor dodged. With a furious roar, he also punched out, smashing towards Gu Zhong's head. The power of his fist was extremely powerful. This was a fighting style that did not care about one's life. Both sides would be injured. Bang! Gu Zhong's fist smashed into Azure Dragon's chest and let out a muffled sound. An extremely ferocious fist force instantly erupted from his fist and directly sent Azure Dragon flying tens of thousands of feet away. Gu Zhong managed to avoid being hit in the head, but Azure Dragon's fist still smashed into his shoulder. The shock caused half of his body to go numb, and he was sent flying. Buzz. After Gu Zhong stabilized his body, an extremely powerful wave of sword qi erupted from his body. He extended his hand and wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Then he separated his hands, and golden sword shadows immediately appeared around him. Myriad sword flight. Gu Zhong shouted and waved his hands at Azure Dragon. Countless golden sword shadows immediately appeared around him and immediately pierced towards Azure Dragon. They covered the sky and the earth and were densely packed. Terrifying sword qi rippled in the sky. Azure Dragon borrows the power of the heavens. Azure Dragon did not hesitate and directly used the battle technique of the Azure Dragon clan. The power of the world and the entire world was drawn by him and then crushed towards Gu Zhong. Countless golden sword silhouettes immediately shattered, as if they had been crushed by an invisible divine mountain. The entire world seemed to be pressing down on Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong shouted and waved his hands at Azure Dragon. The countless golden sword shadows that appeared around him immediately pierced towards Azure Dragon. They covered the sky and were densely packed. Terrifying sword qi rippled in the sky. Azure Dragon borrows the power of the heavens. Azure Dragon did not hesitate and directly used the battle technique of the Azure Dragon clan. The power of the world and the entire world was drawn by him and then crushed towards Gu Zhong. Chapter 28:38. Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan of the Southern Wastelands had been a formidable opponent of Gu Fei ever since Gu Fei had made his debut. Back then, Azure Dragon had fought against Gu Fei in the mountains. Even though he had used the great dragon halberd, he was still almost killed by the extremely powerful Gu Fei. If it were not for the experts of the Azure Dragon clan suddenly appearing and saving Azure Dragon, the most outstanding prodigy of the younger generation of the Southern Wastelands would have lost his life. The current Azure Dragon could be said to have truly matured. The Azure Dragon bloodline in his body had completely awakened. Azure Dragon was still the strongest person of the younger generation of the Southern Wastelands. He was also one of the few among the Southern Wasteland geniuses of the same generation as Gu Fei. The world of cultivation was a cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even people with heaven-defying constitutions could die before they matured. Back then, the Southern Wastelands had indeed produced many outstanding prodigies. Azure Dragon was the most dazzling existence among them. At this moment, Azure Dragon seemed to see the figure of Gu Fei from Gu Zhong. The master and disciple were both powerful, domineering and powerful. Rumble! Azure Dragon used a secret technique of the Azure Dragon clan. He drew in all the world force in the surroundings, and the 3,000 ways surged from him. They turned into destructive beams of light and shot toward Gu Zhong. He had suppressed his cultivation to Saint Ruler. He wanted to defeat Gu Zhong at the same level of cultivation as him. Only then could he demonstrate his strength. Roar! Gu Zhong was in great danger. He roared at the sky, and his hair began to flutter wildly. His gaze became extremely sharp, but he did not panic. Instead, he was filled with battle intent. Heaven-concealing hand. Gu Zhong roared and immediately used the heaven-covering hand. Extremely violent martial power erupted from his body, and a huge golden hand appeared in the void. It emitted a terrifying aura and directly slapped towards the 3,000 rays of light that had pierced through the void. This was a huge shock. The Iron Blood Taoist Shaoqing and the others who were watching from afar were incomparably shocked. Even if they were in Gu Zhong's place, they would not be a match for this Azure Dragon. More than half of the 3,000 Tao lights were destroyed by the golden heaven covering palm. However, there were still a dozen or so Tao lights that broke through the golden palm and pierced through Gu Zhong's martial body. This was an injury of the great Tao. Gu Chongwu's body was pierced by the light of the Tao, and golden blood flowed out. The wound was difficult to heal. When they saw this scene, Shaoqing and the others were greatly alarmed. It was not good for them to take action, because this was a battle between Guzhong and Azure Dragon. Victory and defeat would be decided, and life and death would be decided. Even if Gu Fei came, as long as Azure Dragon continued to suppress his cultivation and fight with Guzhong at the same level, Gu Fei would not interfere. Of course, if the Azure Dragon no longer suppressed his cultivation and bullied the weak, then it would be a different story. Although Azure Dragon had injured Guzhong, he was also sent flying high into the sky by Guzhong's heaven-covering palm. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Good heavens! Azure Dragon was extremely shocked. This disciple of Gu Fei was actually so powerful. He was probably not far from being invincible in the same level. In fact, although he had suppressed his cultivation, he still had a great advantage. Although his peak great saint cultivation was suppressed, his body was still a true great saint's body. The power of his body should not be underestimated. Roar! At this time, Guzhong roared. The power of the Saint King level martial body erupted. His entire body seemed to have turned into a golden man cast from gold. Every muscle, bone, and flesh on his body was emitting a dazzling golden light. Golden runes were faintly discernible. Even his long hair had turned golden. Guzhong's body emitted a powerful fluctuation of power. His body emitted a dazzling golden divine light. His entire body was like a burning golden divine fire. The dozen or so wounds on his body were healing at a visible speed. The power of the great Tao attached to the wounds was being erased by his own power. Azure Dragon did not take advantage of Guzhong's recovery. He was very confident. He stood high in the sky and looked down at Guzhong. The combat power of this junior had already exceeded his expectations. A warrior was invincible in the same level. This was definitely not a lie. If it was an ordinary Saint King, he would have been killed by Guzhong with a single punch. Again, Guzhong had completely recovered. His battle intent was even more powerful. His blood and chi were exuberant. He roared and soared into the sky, directly attacking Azure Dragon in the sky. Like a dragon soaring into the sky, he pressed forward with indomitable will. Gu Fei has accepted a good disciple. Even Azure Dragon could not help but sigh. He swooped down from the sky and turned into a huge dragon. He instantly collided with Guzhong, who soared into the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the two experts collided with each other and instantly separated. However, they instantly collided again, unleashing their killing techniques and fighting fiercely in close combat. It was as if a golden dragon and a green dragon were fighting with all their might. It was extremely intense. Bang! A green fist ruthlessly smashed into Guzhong's shoulder. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Guzhong was sent flying by this punch. However, at the moment when Guzhong was sent flying, Azure Dragon's chest was also hit by Guzhong's fist. Azure Dragon was sent flying. His chest caved in and a fist mark appeared. Close combat had always been a martialist specialty. If they were of the same rank, Azure Dragon would not be able to gain any advantage over Guzhong in close combat. However, for existences like Guzhong and Azure Dragon, as long as they were not injured by the Great Path, even if they were smashed into pieces, they could recover in an instant. Guzhong's bones and tendons that were smashed by Azure Dragon healed in an instant. He had completely recovered. He once again rushed forward. Good timing. The fist mark on Azure Dragon's chest also disappeared. He shouted and rushed towards Guzhong, who was rushing towards him. The battle continued. The two experts each displayed their strengths. They fought from the sky to the ground, deep into the ground, and from the ground to the sky. It was hard to tell who would win. That Azure Dragon is too conceited. Who can defeat Guzhong at the same level? Xiaoqing said, although Azure Dragon was strong. He knew very well that if Azure Dragon did not have the physical body of a peak great sage, he would have been defeated by Guzhong. Invincible among the same level warriors, Iron Blood Taoist looked at the two people fighting in the distant sky and could not help but murmur to himself. At this time, all the practitioners in Wansheng City were alarmed by the battle outside the city. Countless practitioners climbed up the city wall. Some experts also rushed to the sky to watch the battle. The news of Gu Zhong's battle spread quickly. This shocked all the major forces in the entire eastern region, who dared to find trouble with Gu Fei and his disciple at this time. The forbidden area of Sky Market had just been conquered. The battle between Gu Fei and the Old Turtle was also witnessed by everyone. After the battle in the forbidden area of Sky Market, Gu Fei's cultivation had increased significantly. He could take that crucial step at any time. In the entire eastern region, no one dared to find trouble with Gu Fei at this time, regardless of whether it was the Zhao family or the Dongfang family. But now it was a fact that Gu Zhong was fighting with someone outside Wansheng City. After the experts of the major forces in the eastern region received the news, they immediately rushed to Wansheng City. Soon, many powerful figures appeared in the vicinity of Wansheng City. When they saw the two figures fighting fiercely in the sky, they were indescribably shocked. It's an expert from the Azure Dragon clan of the Southern Wasteland. Soon, some people recognized Azure Dragon's origin. Some people knew that when Gu Fei first started his career, he had gone to the Southern Wasteland and challenged a group of rising stars there. He defeated those so-called heroes of the Southern Wasteland and made them bow down to him. Azure Dragon was one of the strongest opponents that Gu Fei had met in the Southern Wasteland. It's really the supreme of the Southern Wasteland's younger generation, Azure Dragon. The experts of the Dongfang family also came, especially those who were hostile to Gu Fei and his disciple. Someone muttered to himself, among the younger generation of the Southern Wasteland, Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan was definitely a supreme existence. The Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the Desolate clan had always been paying attention to the movements of the various regions of the Tunglong continent. Everyone knew about the prestige of the Azure Dragon of the Southern Wasteland's Azure Dragon clan. It's really Azure Dragon. A young man from the Zhao family of the Desolate clan stared at the figure fighting with Gu Zhong. His eyes emitted an incomparably fierce light. Zhao Kuang, an outstanding disciple of the Zhao family. If it wasn't for the existence of the Zhao family's goddess, Zhao Zairu, he would have been the Zhao family's god. In the Zhao family, in every generation, there would only be one outstanding person who could become a goddess or a god. Zhao Kuang originally had a high chance of becoming the next generation of the Zhao family. Unfortunately, among the younger generation of the Zhao family, there was Zhao Zairu. Zhao Kuang and Gu Fei were from the same generation. Zhao Kuang had once traveled to the Southern Wasteland and met Azure Dragon. He had fought with Azure Dragon. At that time, due to some reason, he and Azure Dragon couldn't determine the winner. Being able to fight with Azure Dragon and not being defeated was enough for Zhao Kuang to be proud. At this time, when he saw Azure Dragon again, his mood was somewhat complicated. He didn't expect Azure Dragon to be so powerful that he had already left him far behind. I can't compare with Gu Fei. I can't compare with Azure Dragon. I'm afraid I can't even compare with Gu Zhong. Chapter 2839. Gu Fei was like an insurmountable mountain, suppressing people of the same generation to the point where they couldn't even lift their heads. Zhao Kuang was a well-known figure among the younger generation of the Zhao clan, but he knew that he couldn't compare to Gu Fei and Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. But now, it seemed that he couldn't even compare to Gu Fei's disciple, Gu Zhong. This made the elite of the Zhao clan feel despair, but he had to admit that Gu Zhong was really strong, far surpassing ordinary Saint Kings. He could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. Looks like I have to continue to keep a low profile, Zhao Kuang muttered to himself. He was very smart. Before he had the strength to dominate an area, he wouldn't let others know of his existence so easily. In such a chaotic world, Even the forbidden areas that had existed since ancient times were in danger of being flattened. Even the ancient clans were in danger of being annihilated. Some people chose to stay hidden and not reveal themselves. Then, they peacefully lived through this chaotic world. There were actually many people like Zhao Kuang. Even some geniuses were very low profile, and no one even knew of their existence. At this moment, the heavens and earth shook. The battle between Guzhong and Azure Dragon had already reached its climax. The two experts were like two barbaric dragons, fighting with all their might. Golden blood sprinkled down from the sky, and there was also dragon blood that was crystalline like agate dripping down. Guzhong coughed out blood and was pushed back by Azure Dragon again. His chest caved in, and his sternum was shattered. Azure Dragon directly broke his tendons and bones, and his martial body was heavily injured. But in the next moment, he instantly recovered and rushed towards Azure Dragon again. Guzhong directly punched at Azure Dragon, and a dazzling golden light bloomed from his fist. It was like a small golden sun, and an extremely powerful force erupted. His rapidly moving golden fist caused the surrounding space to collapse. Azure Dragon used the great technique of the Azure Dragon clan, the Azure Dragon True Body. A thick layer of green scales appeared on his body, and he looked like a humanoid Azure Dragon. The defense of this green scale was shocking. Even if Guzhong's fist directly hit Azure Dragon, it wouldn't cause too much damage to Azure Dragon. Boom! Guzhong's fist collided with the Azure Dragon's scaled fist. A ferocious power erupted, and both of them were forced back by the other party's power. Clang! Guzhong separated his hands, and golden sword silhouettes immediately appeared around him. A powerful sword aura rippled out from his body. He was Gu Fei's disciple, so he had naturally obtained the cultivation method of the 9 heaven-punishing swords from Gu Fei and cultivated his own heaven-punishing sword chi. 10,000 flying swords. Guzhong let out a furious roar and waved his hands. The golden sword shadows hovering in the void around him immediately turned into dazzling golden sword lights that pierced towards the Azure Dragon. Every single ray of sword light displayed great power. Wherever they passed, they would tear apart the surrounding space, leaving behind spatial cracks that were difficult to heal. Humph! Azure Dragon sneered and pounced forward. He was like a humanoid Azure Dragon. He grabbed forward with his dragon claws and shattered the golden sword light that pierced through the air. Then he arrived in front of Guzhong. Swoosh! Azure Dragon extended his right hand and directly grabbed towards Guzhong's head. He was extremely powerful. However, Guzhong was like a humanoid heaven-punishing sword. His entire body blossomed with heaven-punishing sword light. In the next moment, his body shook and he turned into an extremely sharp heaven-punishing sword light that charged towards the Azure Dragon. A terrifying, destructive aura that made Azure Dragon's heart palpitate spread out from the sword light. What? Azure Dragon was instantly shocked. At such a close distance, the speed of the sword light was extremely fast. It was impossible for him to avoid it. In the next moment, Azure Dragon was sent flying by the sword light that pierced through him. The sword light was indestructible. It actually pierced through the green scales that covered his body and pierced into his body. Roar! Azure Dragon roared, and the power of the Azure Dragon erupted from his body. A huge shadow of a dragon emerged from his body and circled in the void. He was drawing the power of the Azure Dragon in his body to fight against the destructive sword light that pierced into his body. The sword light was actually stuck in his body and did not truly pierce through his Azure Dragon real body. However, he felt a destructive force rushing into his body. This force was destroying his life force, causing him to be both shocked and furious. Kill! Azure Dragon roared and slammed his right claw. Clang! The golden sword light that pierced into his body was directly slapped away by him. The sword light dissipated and a figure fell from the void. That person was Guzhong. Guzhong staggered and almost fell from the sky. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His expression became somewhat dispirited. This kind of killing technique that transformed his body into the heaven-punishing sword light was not something that he could use now. The result of forcefully using it was that he would be devoured by the sword chi, and his vitality would be greatly damaged. This made him extremely depressed. At this moment, Azure Dragon was shocked and furious. He was almost pierced by the heaven-punishing sword light formed by Gu Zhong's man and sword unity. The heaven-punishing sword chi invaded his body and destroyed his life force. What a terrifying sword chi! Even though Azure Dragon had a physical body at the peak of the Great Saint Realm, it was difficult for him to force out the heaven-punishing sword chi in his body. This shocked him and made him very afraid. He did not expect Gu Zhong to have cultivated such a sword chi. Rumble, the heavens and the earth shook. Rays of divine light fell from the sky and were guided by Azure Dragon. This was the power of the great path of heaven and earth. With the power of the great path in his body, he seemed to have turned into the great path of heaven and earth. Soon, the heaven-punishing sword chi that Gu Zhong had inserted into Azure Dragon's body was forced out. Awesome. Let's stop here for today and continue tomorrow. As Azure Dragon spoke, he turned around and took a step forward. In an instant, he crossed 1,000 miles and disappeared into the void. He had actually left just like that. Everyone who was watching the battle was very surprised. No one expected Azure Dragon to leave just like that. Gu Zhong did not chase after him. He returned to Wanxiang City. He had already vaguely guessed what Azure Dragon was going to do. This guy wanted to find the flaws of his martial arts and combat skills. This Azure Dragon, Shaoqing and the others also understood. Azure Dragon actually used Gu Zhong as a whetstone. This was ridiculous. However, they could not do anything about it, unless Gu Fei ended his closed-door training and came out to deal with Azure Dragon. Otherwise, it would be a great humiliation for them to be blocked outside Wanxiang City by Azure Dragon and not dare to fight. After Gu Zhong returned to Wanxiang City, he went straight to his usual training place and sat on the futon. Tomorrow,